Special. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter one-click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, and actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Spilled your drink? Quick, the quicker picker up. Bounty picks up spills quicker, and each is 2 times more absorbent. You can use less than the leading ordinary brand, so you can get back to your nap. Bounty, the quicker picker up.
When you keep a car for a long time, it becomes a classic. When you keep your air conditioner for a long time, it becomes, well, let's just say it doesn't get better with age. Call Standard Heating and Air Conditioning and have your old air conditioner checked out. If it's needed, you can have a brand new Carrier air conditioner installed in no time. Fast and easy financing. When the other companies and salesmen, Standard's a qualified technician. It's just part of it.
Carrier, turn to the experts. Police anticipated album fever. July 24th at the Astro Amphitheater. A day to remember with special guests. The story so far, 4 years strong, and Scowl. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. The wait is over. Don't miss a day to remember.
Tickets for less. Best seats, less prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. AOCN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. You just crossed him over. That's another victim to the crossover. It's crossed him up and sent him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha and everylevelconcrete.com.
Wait a minute. This isn't pre-recorded. You weren't doing this show. No. Why isn't Hodson introducing this segment?
Shouldn't Hodson
introduce the show?
I love Every Level. Nice. Oh, great take, Josh.
Josh is there. Thanks a lot, Coach Mac. He likes Every Level, too.
It's a slam
dunk.
dunk. Nice.
It's really weird on the video stream to have Happer in the bottom right and John in the top left, but they're looking.
Here. We'll do this. Oh, wait, wrong way. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go back to the other one.
Yeah? Would you like that? It's like the Brady punch.
Or the Beatles.
Back before I realized we could move the video stuff around, Ravi and I, mute that please, Nick. We did bigger overreaction for the Purdue game, but I didn't realize we could fix that. And so Ravi and I are staring the opposite ways the whole show, which is available on YouTube. It really sucks because it had like 10,000 views. It had a lot of viewers, and we looked like goobers. So yeah.
This is going to be another fun part of this deal. There's going to be just people constantly walking
behind
us.
whole show
They'll
all day.
They'll look directly. They'll make direct eye contact with the cameras. And
Yep.
like, oh my God, what's this? What is this? Are they doing something?
Who's the TV crew in Pittsburgh for the games this weekend?
Yeah, I forgot.
Spiro.
Spiro.
Spiro
I
and
like Spiro.
Steve Lapis.
Nice. I like Spiro.
Yeah.
He's good. Maybe
Kentucky's
he'll walk behind
practicing
us.
right
Avery
now.
Johnson
Look
as
at
well.
Avery Johnson.
Nice.
He was an NBA coach.
Avery
I haven't seen
Johnson.
Avery today.
Hmm.
Have you seen Avery today?
I haven't seen Avery Johnson.
Because everyone's here. They're doing all their pregame interviews and
Isn't
stuff.
Avery Johnson pretty short, John?
Yeah.
He is.
Okay.
Yeah. He's not. He's
He's
the
short.
biggest guy.
He's short for
Maybe
a
you miss him.
basketball player, right? He's not short for a regular human.
Oh, I think he just might be short.
And it's okay to be short. We like our short kings, don't we?
Nope.
Wow.
Can't trust him.
What is Avery Johnson
so.
height? I think he's like 6 foot, which is my height. That's a normal height. 5'10". He's
okay.
shorter than me. Tough look for Avery.
Yeah.
Tough
That
look
is
for
a
me,
tough
though.
look
I never
for
made the
No,
NBA.
tough luck for
True.
you. Exactly.
Yeah.
You couldn't parlay that into an NBA
Yeah.
career.
Here I am sitting
He
in
could.
Omaha. Yeah.
Tell Drake I said hi.
By the way, the Coffee Boys.
Wow.
Coffee Boys.
Two hot coffees. Look
Two
at
hot coffee.
Coffees.
Two hot coffees.
Come
on, Nick.
Two
Where's the
hot
drop?
coffees.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow, you said 2 hot coffees, and Nick screamed, "Oh no!" off mic because he's like, "I have to go to a different page."
The
Oh.
coffee is good. And
Yeah, it's not bad.
I need the coffee. I got
Yeah, you had an early morning.
a Dunkin' coffee earlier on one of the like the transit stops on the road here because
Because you were on the.
it's
you
a
were on-
turnpike.
Yeah,
It's
and it's the Oasis, right? Don't they call it an Oasis?
Yeah, so they put it in the middle
Yeah.
of the road so
It's
both
an
sides
oasis.
have access to it, and then you don't have to pay the toll when you get off. So you just
Okay,
go
the troll
all way
toll.
through. $7.75 from when I got on, basically at the Cleveland airport to the end of Ohio on the Ohio Turnpike.
So it's
$7.75.
$7.75. How
Yeah.
many miles is that?
I don't know. It's probably like 45 minutes worth of time.
Are you like
An
me?
hour.
Are you triggered by toll roads?
I kind of am,
I
Yeah.
hate toll roads.
Good take.
Oh,
Dumb.
it bothers me to no end.
but I knew I was going to be running into it though, so I brought cash. And so I brought cash.
Nice.
Cash.
Did you watch
Very
our movie
cash.
club movie for next week, Happer?
No, it was there. I had too short of flights.
Oh,
This
bummer.
morning. So I wasn't able to knock that out, but I'll have plenty of downtime in between time trying to find sandwich and various other things that are going on here in Pittsburgh.
Let me tell you about
Oh,
sandwich.
John already had sandwich.
Oh, I saw the picture.
Oh.
It's good.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law.
Many people were saying it was overrated, John.
Yeah, my brother-in-law and other people were saying, yeah, it's overrated. It's a good sandwich.
Mm.
I mean, all you need is the sandwich. You don't, because the fries are on the sandwich, and so you don't need to like order anything else.
That's true.
So I had a couple of icy lights, Iron City,
Oh,
a couple of big Iron Cities,
Hell yeah.
and a sandwich. It had Italian sausage and salami
oh.
and
Oh.
fries and the slaw that they put on there.
Ooh.
It was good, and it's
Sounds
kind of a unique place. You know, you just sit at the bar there and you just order.
I love it.
And I was watching the young lady working the flat
young
top and
lady.
Hey, now.
frying all
Nudes
no.
in bio.
No.
That guy just
These
laughed
aren't
at
the
us.
people that are
Coffee in bio.
responding to Josh's
Oh,
tweets.
okay. Hot takes in
These
bio.
are these are respectable people.
Hmm. Jordan says, "Do we trust Mayo Boy on what is good and not good?"
Yes, because Mayo.
interesting.
No,
Is it John anti-Mayo?
Yeah.
Or is it
Yeah.
Mayo boy?
because Jordan's an idiot. I don't.
Isn't there mayo on slaw?
Hey, by the way, take a look. Take a look.
Who is it? Who is it? Is it Spiro?
Calipari.
Who's over here?
It is. It's
There he is.
John,
Yeah.
your computer camera sucks.
I know
So
it does.
bad. I
Oh,
couldn't
I
even
know
see
it
who it
does.
was.
Wow.
Who was it?
It's
Oh,
John
there-
Calipari.
Hey, it's
right.
John Calipari.
He's
Hi,
there
John
in the white.
Calipari.
Look at that.
John, coach.
Can we have 5 minutes?
He did turn back this way.
Nice.
All right. All right. That was-
Going
that
back
was-
to the
that
toll
was
road
exciting.
thing. Do
Yeah.
toll booths accept Venmo now? Is it still only cash, or can they have a?
No.
Venmo.
Why not? Just
Nick,
have
you have to have a bumper to go on the Ohio Turnpike, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, your car.
Yeah,
They wouldn't
they
allow your
accept
car.
Venmo, but not cars without bumpers. I'm
It's
sorry,
like
but this
instead of
is a
having to carry
bumper-only
cash-
road.
Instead of having to carry cash, just to have like a little QR code. It's
Do you
like,
think
here you go. Pay
state
us.
governments are quick to adapt to
Yeah.
things like that?
Yeah, maybe in 50 years, Nick.
It would be so easy.
wait,
to
It would.
adapt
I
to.
don't disagree with that.
Now hold on, producer Josh. Are state governments quick enough to adapt? I would say that Nebraska's state government is very quick to adapt.
1 week.
Look how quickly they worked on getting both a president and an AD on the same day.
Amazing.
All we had to do was wait 200 plus days
Two
and
hot coffees.
call them out on it publicly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trev left. It seems like the guy that he wanted is the guy they hired. It's all very confusing.
Oh, really?
It's all very, very confusing.
It is kind of funny that happened after
He thought they
left.
were going to have to settle for silver, but instead they hired gold.
So can we get
Oh,
Trev back?
nice.
Brother,
Wordplay.
jeez.
Do we want Trev back?
That
Can
was
Trev come back?
Sorry,
You know,
got the guy from
since they got his
Washington.
guy?
No, sorry, the other guy's coming in.
Well, that guy likes to stay at jobs for 10 seconds too.
Yes,
Why
he
not
does.
kick him out?
Yeah.
Just an idea.
And he's
Yeah.
from the Midwest. I can't wait to hear his takes on farmers.
He's from Iowa.
yeah, sadly,
God
he
made
is.
a farm.
God's country.
He's a UNI guy.
Well, you know, the last athletic director Nebraska had from Iowa, Trev Alberts.
Oh, God.
He was born in Iowa, though. He didn't do much in Iowa.
Yeah, because he had to
Who
leave
didn't do
that
much in
godforsaken state.
He was also born on the east side of Iowa, which is basically just Illinois.
Wow. Interesting.
I didn't realize there was such a rivalry between Eastern Iowa and Western Iowa.
You mean fake
I thought they were
Iowa.
all just idiots out wandering around.
By the way, I just got some.
Coach Mack was in Iowa.
I just heard from a
I know.
hashtag source who is a direct relation to, as he says, a sizable booster at Washington.
Oh.
Yeah.
And so he obviously
Bill
asked
Gates?
about the new hire. And he said he wasn't here effing long enough for me to have an opinion. Hashtag inside info. So there you go. No opinion. No
Good
opinion.
job, Josh.
Yeah.
Thank you for getting that for us.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Good-
I also
good
did
I'm
reporting.
sure he'll be great.
I did see that like Mike Riley's wife, that his family hadn't moved to Seattle. They hadn't moved there yet.
Yeah.
John Canzano reported that earlier today. So that's what
Well,
else we know. But she's going to move to Nebraska. So there you go.
Well, at least they'll be in the same time zone. I mean, Louisiana up to Nebraska. You know,
Louisiana
that'll make
Purchase.
it convenient for the misses and the little
It's the second
little
time it's come up this
Dannons.
week.
Real estate much easier to work with here in Omaha and Lincoln versus Seattle.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Maybe
I
that's
still
what it
think
was.
we should do an athletic director fantasy draft where nobody knows what they're doing and nobody knows how to grade them whatsoever. It's a really fun game. We don't know anything about this guy. I never heard of him until
I know.
4 hours
And we have
ago.
to-
Exactly.
I had a text from a family member like, hey, what's your opinion on this? I'm like, I'll be honest, I got nothing for you. I have absolutely nothing to give you on this hire.
People are like tweeting like, we're back. We're back. Yes, we did it. We're back. You don't know anything about this guy.
No,
You literally
we
never heard of
literally
him.
Don't. We,
When you
I mean,
woke up this morning, you had never heard of this guy.
That's right.
And now he's your new favorite person.
unless you happen to be paying attention when he was trying to keep Kalen DeBoer.
But
Other
he-
than that,
Yeah.
But he resurrected
remember?
Tulane football.
He did resurrect Tulane football.
He hired Willie Fritz,
he
right?
hired
Yeah.
Willie
Oh, yeah.
Fritz.
So we know Mike Schaefer loves this guy.
Even
Schaefer's
Fritz?
already in.
yeah,
Yeah.
Schaefer's gonna be a big fan,
Yeah.
huge fan.
Even Fritz.
We got to get one of these giant orange basketballs to come our way.
Oh,
Because
that'd
I
be
always
fun.
make a big
Yeah.
make a big deal during the tournament every year about the basketballs and how orange they are.
You didn't
Yes.
go on
Look at
that
how
rant
orange
this
they
year.
I know I didn't have time. Sorry, Josh. Today would have been the day for it.
It would have.
It said
would've
you
been the
traveled.
Do they look more orange than normal?
They're
Yes.
so orange. They're like more orange than John's orange.
They look rubbery and dry too.
Whoa,
That's
that
the
is-
basketball right there.
Nice.
John's hand.
Yes,
that's
I am
gigantic.
palming the
That's Wilt
basketball.
Chamberlain
Look at
holding
my
a basketball.
massive. Look at my massive hands.
Nice. John's hands
I
are
am
so
palming
big.
This basketball.
Wow, what
I am
big hands
Andre
you
the
have.
Giant.
I wonder what that means for
Look
other
at
parts
me.
of John.
Mm.
Mighty big feet
It
you have there,
means
John.
very large.
Nice.
Okay, so now Connor was talking about how all day we're gonna have people walking by.
Yeah.
The wife has been watching in the stream, and she says,
Oh yeah.
"What is going on there? There are people walking behind you.
Well,
People have to
We're
walk.
at courtside.
I'm
We're at
walking
the-
here.
we're
we're
at
gonna
the-
do a dunk contest. Hold on.
Oh,
Yep.
oh.
Yeah, a little Kentucky dunk contest.
Start dunking. Dunk.
Come on.
Dunk it.
Hey, what
No
did you
dunking.
guys think of driving through the tunnels into the city? How cool is that view?
That was pretty cool.
I didn't do the tunnel.
Oh, you didn't?
I wasn't.
How's that
I didn't come-
possible?
Well, I don't know. There's a different way apparently. That's the way
Wow.
I came from.
Yeah,
thought it was
Pittsburgh's got more
cool.
more than one way in, I guess.
I
guess
thought it was
so.
cool.
No, it was pretty cool because the buses we came in through the tunnel, and yeah. I will say this, and it happens
So
to
much
me.
yellow.
I mean, I'm sure it happens to a lot of folks when they go to a new city. I am so turned around in this city.
Yeah, I don't know which way
I
is
looked
north.
at a map. I looked at a map before we came here, and I was like, okay, I'm looking for the landmarks. Oh, here's the Steelers Stadium. Here's PNC Park. Here's where the arena is going to be. And then I get here, and I'm like, I don't know which way I'm going.
Yeah.
I had to
Well, the
use the
sun's not
directions
out.
on my phone.
The sun's not out, so I can't tell where the sun is.
Where west is.
Yes,
Well,
I
that's
can't
because
tell
we're
my
indoors.
sundial.
You're not going to see the sun.
With
in
the
here.
sun,
you're
it's-
looking around for the sun.
It's very miserable outside, John.
Oh, it is?
Yes, it's horrible.
Oh, I hate
It
bad
wasn't that
weather.
bad when I
Cold
walked
and
in.
windy and snowy.
Is it snowy out there?
It was snowy.
Not here. It's
No.
sunny in
No,
Omaha.
that's
No
right.
snow. Not a single
Yeah,
snowflake in the sky.
That baseball game I did last
Clear
night, it
sky.
was perfect. It was beautiful.
Really?
It was like low 60s,
Mhm.
and it was like very little wind. It was a beautiful night at the Chuck last night. The
Awesome.
Jays win again.
And another 10 runs.
Two hot coffee.
Two hot coffees.
coffees.
Two hot
Now, you know what
coffees.
I'm worried about? I'm worried about now when I come
You being
back
the
to the
Jinx.
booth
Yeah.
that the offense is going to go right in the Pisha.
Interesting.
The what?
You never heard
The
Pisha
Pishadoo.
do?
No,
Oh.
what is that?
The crapper.
That's from The Sopranos.
The Pikachu.
I
Right
like
in-
Pikachu. I know Pikachu.
Right into the Pikachu.
Am I
Right in the
wrong?
Pikachu.
Happer, are you doing a tour of PNC? Did I hear that? Did I see this? Did I hear about this?
So I looked on like Monday night, and there was only 2 left, and they were today during like basically this time.
Yeah.
So I could not.
Oh, they were doing guided tours of the ballpark?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that'd be
they
fun.
saw it really quick. I want to go over there.
It's so cool.
I will go over there, but I don't think I'll be able to hop on a tour unless a spot opens.
Buy Nick a
Sadly.
baseball. He loves baseball.
I've already got
Nick,
one
you
from
want a
there.
baseball?
I
And
did
I'll-
buy Nick a.
I'll
But
take another
yeah,
baseball.
send a picture of the one that I bought you, so then he knows not to get. I think I got you a black baseball,
it
didn't I,
was,
with the yellow
and
peak?
black, and it's got the
that's,
pirate on it.
That's cool. As
You guys
hell.
want some? You guys, we need some Final Four or March Madness gear.
What are you stealing
Always.
stuff already?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say if
no.
you got anything for free, Happer, we'll
I'll take a
it.
hat.
What did you steal?
What?
Free swag.
Bag tag. Bag tag.
Oh, hello.
That's a cool bag tag.
Look
Bag
at
tag.
look at how the media lives. Free bag tags.
Once you can afford to pay for it, you don't have to.
You got
Yeah.
that free?
People forget that this is not the Final Four.
no,
This is
the first round.
You
This-
bought that, though.
in the shape of Arizona. No, yeah, I did not get this for free. By the
Oh,
way.
yeah, yeah.
I
I-
bought
Yeah,
look at
no,
Johnny. He's like, I
we-
want one of those bag tags.
Yeah, where's my bag?
Behind the
Of
bag
course, I-
tag.
We're
I
gonna
got
need
too
them
many
for next
bag tags.
week. A week from now, we're gonna need bag tags.
Oh yeah, Nick, how's the
Oh, that's
situation
right.
going with you packing? Have you thought about this? Have you seen this? Have you thought about this?
I'll just have a duffel bag.
He hasn't even considered it yet.
I don't
very
need
You
to
just
pack
have a
yet.
duffel
How many-
bag?
He's taking a duffel bag.
I'm gonna take a
How many
duffel
days
bag
are
and
you
then
guys
some
gone,
blisters.
by the way?
Wednesday through Saturday. So what? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 4 days. We come home
It's a lot
Saturday.
of days with a duffel bag. Nick.
So you're flying back
I
Saturday.
can fit
Yeah.
4 days worth of clothes in the duffel
Saturday
bag.
afternoon. But you need like 7 days worth of clothes. Right? I always
What?
pack extra. I don't
3
just
extra days, Josh.
That seems
Yeah,
excessive.
what you know,
What are you,
so you
what are
want
you planning on doing?
you want an extra day for the flight first of all. Like I don't want to wear my flight clothes around Vegas all day on the
I'll
first
wear
day.
my flight clothes.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
I don't like sitting in my flight stink.
I
So
like-
I'll have that and then stuff to change into after the show.
I like one extra
One extra
change of
yeah.
clothes just in case.
I'm an overpacker.
Now, a
definitely.
hot-
Well, yeah.
a hot climate like that, it might not be hot when you
Yeah,
guys
see,
are
I
there.
had you. Yeah, do you guys forget about my butt sweat? Like, I gotta
Yeah,
have
the
another
thought-
pair of
the
shorts.
thought is you
Whole
have to bring
question.
an extra pair of underwear in case you poop your pants.
That's right.
Or you pee your.
or
pee
maybe
your
you just
pants.
stink a little bit, Happer. You don't have to poop yourself.
I'm just saying that's always what I think of.
Wow,
It's
these
like,
people
well-
are behind you way longer than normal.
Oh,
Well,
they're going a little. They're not going too fast.
Yeah.
No, they were
Like,
ambling.
Well,
for
the
sure,
thing
I
about-
can
the thing-
see one extra pair of clothes, set
Yeah.
of clothes. I get that.
I'm
That's
gonna have
fine.
extra clothes.
Pull a
Like, I don't-
question
Well,
up
do you
at
guys
Happer
have-
Show.
Oh,
Did you
nice.
forget
I mean,
about
out-
Josh's butt sweat?
It's
Thank
mostly
you.
going to be shorts. I'm
Mm.
just packing shorts.
outside of doing the show,
Yeah.
do you have any other things you are required to do?
no,
Pretty sweet.
Oh,
no, John.
Well, I didn't know if there was like, you had a circa soiree where circa people invited you over and said, "Hey,
Not
welcome,
yet.
you are our guests here," or if you are doing the dishes in the back because that's how you're actually paying.
Well,
for this
once they
trip.
get a good look at Nick and his duffel bag,
Yeah.
they'll say, "Why don't you come to our soiree tonight?"
What's wrong with having a duffel bag?
Just it's like a teenage move.
Yeah, it's fine, but it's not very adult of you.
Yeah.
But
If
that's
I
okay.
have
okay.
it and I don't have a luggage
Yeah.
case, I don't. It serves.
You
the
asked the
purpose.
question. We gave you the answer.
I know, but
You're
I
not
don't
at
know
the
why-
age where you quote unquote need luggage.
Yeah,
you're
you're getting
close.
close,
You're
though.
close.
You're
I
definitely
don't
getting
know
close.
why it matters.
Uh-huh.
If you have a thing that already serves the purpose, why get another thing that serves the same exact purpose?
Nick, I don't know how to explain this to you. It just does.
Yeah.
Like it just
But
does.
why?
Presentation matters, Nick. Presentation matters.
It's my duffel bag.
People will
with
be
my
judging
clothes.
you
Who
as they walk
cares?
off the plane. Oh, look at that hobo.
Yahoo.
Look at that hobo. He's bringing his bag.
Why don't
Look
you
at
put it
that
on a
hobo
stick
who was
Yeah.
on
over
an
your shoulder?
airplane.
Make
yeah,
a bindle.
Oh, yes. Put your bag on the end of a stick and hold it over your shoulder as you're walking off.
Travis says, wait, is Josh checking a bag? Absolutely not. I'm not checking a bag. Wow, nobody knows how to pack apparently in here.
I'm gonna have to check.
I'm good.
I'm gonna have to check one thing, and that's
What?
the equipment.
Oh, okay.
I have to check that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm checking a bag because there's no downside to it. They can't lose it. It's a direct flight. It's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, but then you have to wait. I mean, I guess if you guys are going to check, then maybe
Wow,
I'll check
Josh
too.
is already triggered. I'm sitting here waiting for
That's
Connor at the
yes,
baggage
exactly.
carousel.
I wanna go to the
Easy
hotel.
to influence.
I want
It takes 10 seconds.
Well,
to get
no,
the bags
if
off the
both
thing.
of you are doing it, then I'm not going to
Well,
bring
I'm
my
doing it
roller
because
onto
I
the
have
plane.
to.
Yeah, exactly. So might as well then.
Mhm.
I guess if it's free, that's the thing. I'm not trying to spend no money.
It is.
Oh,
free.
it's Southwest. We're flying Southwest.
Is it Southwest?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bags fly free.
yeah, nice.
People forget.
Yeah.
I
And
did.
are we going on a Boeing? That's the thing I'm wondering
Oh
about.
yeah, you got to do a little research on what kind of plane.
Yeah,
you're-
John, you
Either
might
it
be
was on
doing
2
the show.
Boeings today.
John, you might be doing the show forever solo after this happens, and the Connor Happer show. 'Cause
I mean,
we all might
Josh thinks
die.
we're
The
gonna
worst that can
die.
happen is we lose a tire or a chunk
The
of
door
the plane
comes
falls
off.
You get
Just don't sit
sucked
next
out
to a
of the
door.
plane.
Yeah.
By the way, did we ever find out how that plane landed?
Well,
No.
only
Without a
one
door.
tire
Yeah, I mean,
came off. It had a couple others.
I mean, yeah, I realize, they can still probably do it, but we never did hear the end of that story. I mean, they lost a big ass wheel. And by the way, all those cars that it crushed down below,
Yeah, the wheel that fell off. That was pretty.
that's bad.
I mean, it's bad.
Oh, and someone just made a
made
half
it.
court shot
Nice.
Nice.
at the end of
$10,000.
Actually, there's still 12 minutes left in their session.
I think they're forfeiting the last 12 minutes.
Wow.
It is kind of fascinating. And I
They're
don't
not
know,
doing anything.
yeah.
They have not tried at all.
So so Creighton was here. I did not see Akron, but Creighton was here. But they practiced over at Duquesne before they came over. So they did their
They
serious
did an
work there.
actual practice.
Right here, when they came here inside the PPG Paints Arena,
Nice.
they they did a shoot around, but they didn't work on anything. But then Dana Altman in Oregon came out, and it was almost like a quasi practice.
Gotta
I mean,
get
there were a
those
couple of times
reps.
where Dana was
Grind.
yelling at him. Said, you got to move over here. You got to get with it over here.
Yeah.
So and now
These guys are doing nothing.
yeah, and these guys are doing more of what Creighton was doing, which was just going to each end of the floor and shooting around. It's just fascinating to watch the different approaches, because every team gets 40 minutes on this floor on this day. So
Hopefully they just don't shoot it like they did when they were at Madison Square Garden those 2 times this year.
Ugh.
Disaster.
Ugh.
Are the sight lines similar, John? No, this is
no, this is much brighter.
This is brighter and less dense.
Yeah, and the thing with the Garden is
Less cavernous.
Yeah, the Garden feels more cavernous, and then it is so dark. And when I say dark, the floor is well lit.
Yes.
But the seating bowl around it, they don't light it very well.
It's like
so,
going to a musical or a play or
Yes.
something where they
Yes.
want all of the light to be where your eyes are supposed to go.
which is cool, and I'm not. I'm okay with that. But for some reason, unless your name is Doug McDermott and you played for Creighton or you're Marcus Foster, you've never shot well in that building.
I remember when they started doing that in the NBA, I was like, this is weird. And I didn't really like it. But now basically everybody does it essentially in the NBA.
Yeah.
This is a cool place though.
Yeah, it is. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Like the random rows of different colored seats.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that purpose is for.
It's the color of the
If
pens,
you look
right?
behind us
Yeah,
here,
it's the color of the
you
Penguins,
notice how, and it's not like every other row. It's there's 2 rows of the white seats and a black, and it's kind of random. I don't know what the purpose is.
What's this
behind
building hold, John?
that. I would guess 17-ish, probably
I think
the same.
this is smaller or
People,
bigger
seats, events.
than Denver last year. Oh, that was a good dunk.
Denver was pretty big.
Yeah.
The
Denver's
arena
almost 20.
holds, according to
Paul's
Wikipedia, for basketball, 19,000 straight up.
Wow, so
Wow,
it's bigger
big
than
one.
CHI. I guess I could see that. because you've got different rows of loge seating, and it looks like the upper deck is a little bigger, like more rows.
Oh, there are the banners.
Oh
up
yeah,
there.
that was the other thing I was
wondering.
going to comment. Like, so like the retired jerseys for Mario Lemieux and Jaromir Jagr are way the hell up there. You can hardly see them. And like the Stanley Cup banners,
They're like behind the giant.
that's the thing I like
screen.
about the Garden
Behind the screen.
and the Boston Garden is the way the banners. You can, I mean, that's
Yeah.
like one of the first things you see when you walk in the place, right? I mean, they're
The
just
Raptors.
now. Granted, there's a lot of them, so it's hard not to miss them. But I always like it when you come to places like this and the banners are really big and they're pronounced.
Me too.
The
I
Mason
agree.
Jar in Denver holds 21,000.
Whoa.
1,000.
It's like Rupp Arena's like 26 or something
Jeez.
stupid. Just ridiculous size.
The Mason jar.
Ball Arena.
Oh, that makes sense.
Balls Arena.
Scott wants to know, are the Yager bobbleheads up there? Yeah, where are the bobbleheads?
Yeah.
They're still stolen, aren't they?
Yeah.
Has
Amazing.
anybody returned them yet?
I never
don't
saw
think
that they
so.
were recovered.
Mm-hmm.
People are getting the
Somewhere out there, someone has the bobblehead.
Who's this little guy? Look at this. He's
Is it Avery
small.
Johnson?
That's what I was
Number-
gonna
It's a basketball
number
player,
Number
Heather.
25.
20. Oh yeah, 20. Yeah, he's
How tall is that guy? Like
Who does he play for?
Kentucky.
He plays
Kentucky.
for Kentucky.
Number 25?
They have a
Look him
tiny
up,
baby
Google
boy.
Pull up the roster.
Where'd that guy come from? Oh, here comes the ball, John. Get it.
see,
That guy. That guy got
he
in front of
stole
me.
our opportunity.
Mm.
I am going to have to keep my head on a swivel. There's been a lot of basketballs flying into this section. No. We need the protection. I don't want my computer to get knocked out. Exactly.
Didn't you guys get ran over last year?
That was at the Elite Eight game
Yeah.
when I can't remember who it was from San Diego State came flying in right to Nick's right
Yeah.
and like took out the
There's
Westwood
that
one
classic,
guys.
classic picture.
Yes, of like the water going everywhere and Nick like,
Yes.
"Ah!"
25 for Kentucky is
Yeah.
Kareem Watkins,
How tall is he?
5'8" senior from
Wow.
Camden, New Jersey.
5'8".
5'8".
He is. You will probably not be surprised to know that he joined the team as a walk-on.
Okay.
Wow.
That makes sense.
Senior.
He's
So he'd
heart
be a
and soul.
practice player.
Heart and soul.
Probably Rudy of Kentucky.
Yeah, he really is.
The Rudy of Kentucky.
Nobody saw him.
What would the name of the Rudy of Kentucky be? Zeke?
Yeah.
Adolf.
Something more. Oh.
There are a lot of Adolfs in
At
Kentucky.
Rupp Happer. Adolf Rupp.
Oh,
That's
okay.
true.
Yeah,
That's
people
true.
forget.
I was thinking something more kind of, hillbilly. I don't know.
Cletus.
Cletus. That's a
Cletus
good
might
one.
be too much.
Yeah.
That's
Might
a
be
little
too on the nose.
Appalachian.
Yeah.
By the way, Joel says, how did the plane land? Happer, of course. Yeah, Happer, did you hop on that plane and help him land?
What about Tucker?
I flew on 2 Boeings today, and neither of them crashed or lost wheels.
That's good. I'm happy that you're here.
What about doors?
Doors
what's
all intact as well.
at the door situation?
Did you tell them on your way in, like, hey, if you need any help, I'm the guy?
Yeah,
You know, they get me.
I
know,
host
they
a
know.
radio show, and
They
I
know.
claim to have been able to do this for a while. Let's prove it to be the case. Let's see if we can make it happen.
I'd like the chance to show what I can do.
Yeah.
I've landed many planes in flight sim.
Happer's like, but first let me open up a StreamYard so I can make sure everybody sees this. We'll put it on Zone TV.
It would have to
Huge
be.
numbers.
That's going to be the moment. Is Connor's going to get his chance, and then they'll realize, oh, I got to pay for Wi-Fi. I can't video stream this.
I can't go on Instagram live.
We need it for
Wait,
the
why is-
content.
Why is Happer going live? Oh, look, he's flying a commercial jet and attempting to land it.
Hey, that's a great reminder that we're going live tomorrow at halftime
That's
of the
right.
Creighton game. It's you, right, Happer? Is it you and Handley?
Halftimes
It
with
is
Happer.
me. It is me, but I am a very important broadcast production assistant
Oh,
for
my
this
assistant.
broadcast
Yeah.
to help out the voice of the Creighton Blue Jays,
Yes.
John Bishop. So, I mean, I might be preoccupied, but I will do my best.
I mean,
Yes.
I may need him to go fetch me another coffee.
Oh, I
He
did
needs
that.
another
for
hot coffee.
Happer, I did that for Kugler back in the day. I fetched him things. He'd say, hey, get me something, kid. And I'd say, yes, sir, Mr. Kugler. Yes, sir.
Right away, Mr. Kugler.
And, you know, it may have gotten us access to another seat.
Hell
which
yeah, Happer.
is-
Well played.
which-
You'll be
Heady play.
courtside. This is
Heady
hot
play.
for you.
Connor might be TV boy. Well, we're on the hard cam side, so you may not get as many.
Back of our heads, though.
Back of our heads.
I'll be looking for that head of yours.
We will be sitting immediately to the left of the TV guys.
Hell yes,
Immediately to the left of the TV guys. So, like, if they do their little 2-shot, before the game or at halftime, maybe Connor could, like, just kind of stumble into the frame.
Gotta stick a hand out there.
Yeah.
I'll be like the guy walking behind us right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
when
like,
they-
hi, Avery Johnson. How tall are you?
Yeah, when Spiro starts the broadcast, just like accidentally walk right behind them. Just do that, holding a zone sign.
And make sure when you run into Spiro, make sure to ask him. So, were you really named for Spiro Agnew?
Spiro Ditas. What a name! What a name!
I mean, that's literally the only other Spiro I've ever heard of is Spiro Agnew.
Is there another
That's right.
Spiro that you guys know of?
I know no other Spiros.
There's a Spiro Pokemon.
Nope.
There's a Pokemon
Oh,
called
perfect.
Spiro.
That's
Always
probably
comes
good.
back to
God.
Pokemon
It does.
with you.
So last year at
Like a
the,
child.
I can't remember if it was the
Give me a
first
duffel
round
bag.
game or the second round game. They put me right behind the broadcast.
They did.
Remember
Yeah,
that?
I do.
So I think that was a Baylor game last year. They put me right behind them, and I was just sitting there the entire game, like watching and waiting.
Yeah, like what
So
do you
this-
do in those moments? It's so awkward.
Yeah, I don't do anything.
Yeah.
but I could get John another hot coffee.
Do hot
That's what I
coffee.
could do.
2 hot coffees.
Be sure tomorrow to make sure that it's in a Powerade cup, though. I don't want you
That's
getting in
right.
trouble.
No,
I even asked
these
the
are
dude.
approved.
I even
Okay.
asked the dude today
Nice.
because I noticed there's no Powerade cups.
There's not. You could bring pops out here.
Yeah, I
today.
did. I brought Pops out here, and I'm like, well, are we sure that we're okay to do this? Because you know how anal they are.
Now you do have to have a Powerade branded orange. Unfortunately, John got this.
You mean my basketball that I'm palming
it's a
like
basketball
giant
happer.
man?
He
my
smuggled in that
basketball.
basketball instead of it being Powerade branded. Very sad for John. He's going to get kicked out.
Oh, I'm sorry. This orange is not Powerade approved.
They slap a
Oh.
logo on it.
It'd be really funny.
I could.
Maybe they brand it.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
My brand.
Nice, Nick.
Nice.
Nice.
Thank you.
So what are you going to do the rest of the day? I mean, you're kind of.
That's a great question, John.
He's in
I'm a
his
freak.
element. He's
He's
just
going
going to
to
sit and watch
PNC.
practice all day.
Well, but
practices
there's
are
only
almost over.
3 more left after. Well,
Oh.
Kentucky's. There's only 2 more left.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll just hang out here. Maybe I'll go somewhere different. Maybe I'll find the sandwich.
Do you actually
Maybe-
have a
sandwich
hotel,
was
or you're
good.
just gonna sleep in there?
No, I did. I was able to procure a hotel room. I
That's
was able
good.
to do that.
You know, if you're just gonna go to the hockey press box or something and hide out.
Are you sleeping on the floor in John's room?
No.
I will report my room is about 5 times bigger than the one last week in New York.
Good.
Which did not make my wife very happy when I told her that. And I said, yes, and it's an actually legit king-size bed.
Nice.
But the problem was the TV picture was awful.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Oh, it's terrible. Well, I'm trying to watch, and it wasn't just because it was Virginia and how bad they played, but
Yeah, maybe that broke the television.
Mhm.
it probably did.
Yeah.
It probably did. But you know what I was able to do on that same TV this morning? Watch baseball.
Ah.
That's right.
Real
It was on
life
this morning.
Baseball.
Hell yeah!
How about those gloves? Am I right?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
What gloves? I don't even get that
Jake
joke.
so the Dodgers rallied for 4 runs in the 8th. They were down 2-1. The rally started on a routine ground ball to Jake Cronenworth. The ball literally went through his wicket. In fact, we have the
Oh.
video right
Oh,
now.
let's watch it.
Yeah.
Here it is.
This is an
The ball
inning-ending double
literally
play.
goes right through. It breaks. And guess what?
What?
He was charged with an error.
Oh my gosh! The glove
Ooh.
company should get charged with the error.
That's true.
Yes. It literally goes right through the wicket.
Oh, I would be so mad.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Tough for the Crone Zone.
Tough for who
Tough
is the
for-
company? Have we figured out who the company is?
I'm sure it's Rawlings.
I
Probably
have not.
wrong.
Yeah, that would make
Nice.
sense.
That's a bad look.
Very.
I don't know. Do we have
Supply
is there any writing on
chain
that glove?
strikes again.
And
Oh,
also,
it looks like a A2K.
oh,
That's Rawlings. That's
Okay.
Rawlings.
Rawlings.
I love that you were
Listen,
able to tell.
I
Glove
know,
boy.
such a nerd.
I
Glove
mean,
boy.
I'm sure he's got extras, but you're in South Korea. It's not like if you need one, you can just go get one.
Yeah.
True.
They have gloves.
Oh,
They do.
no, I'm sure they
My
do.
guess is they probably make them in South Korea.
I hope that
I have no comment on
I
that.
hope at the College World Series this summer that Rawlings wants to come over and do an interview with us so I can be like, hey, have you fixed the gloves yet?
You fix the glove? Did
And
you
then they
fix
give
it?
you a salad instead of a glove.
Oh, those jerks. Absolute monsters.
There's a call.
I just want another pair of sunglasses, but I want the ones that Gary got.
I wanted the ones Gary
me
got.
Yeah, Gary got the best sunglasses.
I was so mad about that.
Yeah. I haven't worn mine since
I didn't
the
see
summer.
which ones he got. I
He
like
got-
the ones I got.
He got very like traditional, but they look very, very good. Good color.
Yeah, they're almost like kind of like Wayfarer, like
Yeah.
Ray Bans.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
we got like these gigantic.
We got the Patrick
monstrosities.
Mahomes ones.
Yeah, yeah. We got like ski goggles, John,
Yeah.
which are great and funny and very useful, but
also not a teenage boy.
Not my style.
I'm still ticked off at the pair that I left back there like 4 years ago, the last time we got glasses. I did not bring them back with me home, and someone stole them.
Here comes man of the tournament, DJ Burns. If you could see him.
Kelly.
You can't miss him.
Oh, yeah.
He's the giant guy in there. Yeah, you see
We
him.
remember him from such hits as last year at this time.
Oh, look. Hey, wave. Number one. Number one, wave.
He looked at you like, what the hell is going on?
Hi. Say hi.
Now,
And
now
this-
when's his
and
pro
This
day?
is my production assistant.
He's
ladies.
going to do a great job.
There he is. Wait, show it again. There it is. Go Wolf Pack.
They're gonna have him block for Russell this fall in Pittsburgh.
I can't take this guy anywhere with me.
Well, I'm a very good production assistant.
Yes, he is.
I want him. Hey, you better include him in the credits on the broadcast tomorrow, John. Production assistance brought to you by Connor Happer.
I will.
Okay.
Oh.
Happer, do stats and just show him basic stats. Hey, they are 4 for 4.
You need a spotter?
Need a spotter.
There's only 5 players on the court.
Number 11 is Kalkbrenner.
Interesting.
4 for 4.
2 hot coffees.
Because Wendy's is the 2 for 3.
Oh.
2 for 2. That was part of the commercial.
I'm sorry, Nick. I never saw the commercial famously.
I never did either.
I just know the drop.
Yeah.
He just knows the drop.
Yep.
All right.
Wow.
Well, Connor,
What a
go
show.
enjoy Pittsburgh. Maybe there might be an opportunity. Maybe you should jump in and see if you can get a tour of the ballpark.
Maybe.
Just go
Yeah.
break in, Happer. You'll be fine.
I genuinely haven't even considered what I'm going to do when this segment's over in 10 seconds. I have no idea.
I should have
It's
taken
wherever
the day
wind blows
off.
me.
I have some of these extra days. I could have just made Happer do the afternoon show today.
Oh, that could have been fun.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
I should have
You
done
could
that. Yeah, hey, Happer's there. Oh, well.
Oh, too late
No,
now.
sorry. He's my employee, Josh.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good
He's
point.
my production
I know.
assistant.
How come John's never wanted me to be his PA? I'd be a good PA.
PA.
Be a great-
production
Because you
assistant?
never bought your own flight to Cleveland and then drove to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
That's a great
Wow,
point.
That's fair.
It's a great
Connor,
point.
I know what you can do today. Hop on Twitter and watch young Dylon sling it for NFL scouts at Nebraska Pro Day.
Dylon through.
He did.
Dylon through today.
The receivers were being highlighted, and they needed someone to throw the receivers the football.
Uh-huh.
And they managed to just randomly pick young Dylon.
Wow.
Randomly.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Hey guys, my dad played pro football.
People forget.
And,
Go ahead, young Dylon.
according to Mitch Sherman, Radio Replay 1620thezone.com,
Nice.
the NFL scouts were not interested in the Nebraska wide receivers. They were enamored
What?
with young Dylon.
The N in NFL
That is
stands for
amazing.
nepotism.
I mean, I am watching a video that Evan Bland tweeted out, and look, I'm not trying to hop all over the hype train. We've done that enough. He makes it look very
No.
easy. He's just like, and it's just like, wee.
That's
like,
what
oh,
Mitch
okay,
said.
He's good.
Mitch said there's no defense coming at him. There's
Yes.
it's at the Hawks Center. But
But-
it's a smooth
Oh,
ball.
yeah.
At the same time, who was
does look
throwing
like
to Nebraska
Mahomes.
receivers last year at Pro Day? Was it Jeff Sims?
Oh,
Probably not.
yeah.
Probably just got a random guy off the street.
That's
Yep.
true. Oh, man.
Also, Dylan's body has changed, according to Mitch.
Oh, what did he say? Is he a thick boy now?
He was pretty vague about it, but he said it when the cameras
He's
come for
with
spring
child.
ball. It will be of note to many people.
in a good reason.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, good.
He
good,
hasn't put the
good.
freshman 15 on.
No.
What you're
The
saying. Okay.
Mahomes or a Roethlisberger.
Let's hope
That
not
can
a
mean many
Roethlisberger.
things,
I
Nick.
was just gonna say, I'm worried that Nick doesn't know what that statement means. Oh boy.
All right,
careful
boys.
what you say about him. He's
All right.
still a
Yeah, he might
legend
be
around
listening
these
right
parts.
now.
He might be listening. All right, Connor. Thank you.
Bye, Happer.
I will see you tomorrow. Make sure you have.
I'm here with whatever you need. You
Make
need a
sure you have
Sharpie?
my basketball.
Sharpie.
My 2 hot coffees.
Are you
my
wearing a tie
Sharpies.
tomorrow, John? Does Happer need to wear a tie tomorrow?
No, I am not wearing a tie.
Nice.
Wow.
Also not wearing
The
a
dress
tie.
code
Yeah.
really has changed for broadcasters.
It's all different.
Since COVID. Thank you, COVID, says John Bishop.
Well, I just never like wearing ties when I'm doing a broadcast.
Are you wearing a suit jacket?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We'll be good.
Nice.
All
Bye,
right.
Happer.
There's the crossover. That's Connor. I'm John. He's Josh. That's Nick. Oh, my God. Nebraska, will you stop making news for crying out
We're
loud?
trying to talk about March Madness over here.
We're just trying to talk about regular nonsense and dumb debates, but you're never going to let us do it.
And
Nope.
baseball in Korea.
And baseball in Korea.
On 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from a Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Breezy and much cooler for Wednesday. Expect northeast winds gusting up to 25 miles per hour, mainly in the morning. Partly to mostly sunny skies with highs in the mid-40s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Oddly, he's interesting because he's so uninteresting. He is the most uninteresting man in the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Berger. Don't settle for anyone more interesting. Let's get to work on your business and personal taxes, payroll and employee benefits, QuickBooks and retirement planning. Call me.
Call Berger, Elliott, and Pritchard CPAs at 402-551-1919 or visit bepcpa.com.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Do you like to shoot fireworks? Would you like to get paid to shoot fireworks? J&M Displays wants you. Help shoot an Omaha Storm Chasers game, Memorial Park display, or any of the major shows in Western Iowa and all of Nebraska. If you like to travel, J&M covers Nebraska, Kansas, and most of Missouri. They offer free training and great daily pay rates, which makes it a perfect part-time job. Visit jnmdisplays.com and click the Join Our Team tab to find out more. J&M Fireworks.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
My new exercise bike. Yeah, more like my $1,500 coat rack.
At Babbel, we get it. Learning something new is hard, especially a new language.
My Spanish starts and ends at Adios.
Make it easy on yourself with Babbel. In just 10 minutes a day, you can start having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Hola, Espanol.
It starts here. To try Babbel free, text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives. You choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Hi, this is John Bishop. Since the day I got my driver's license, I've had a check next to the organ and tissue donor box. It's a selfless gift because healthy organ donors can save up to 8 lives. And with tissue donation, dozens more can get the gift of sight, and burn victims can get life-changing skin grafts. Anybody can register, and there's no cost to you or your family. Check that organ donor box next time you renew your license or visit goodguysavelives.com. Learn more about organ and tissue donation today and see how you can save 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
We got an AD, we got a president. Does anyone realize that there's March Madness going on and that Nebraska's actually in it?
Sean, they're playing in like 48 hours.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
52 hours.
52 hours.
Yeah, but it's almost there, and yet we got to talk about other stuff again.
Welcome to the Grum, our last time this week, because starting tomorrow, Nebraska may not want it to start, or at least the administration, but the March Madness truly begins.
I'm happy
And
that
we'll
you
have
said
all the coverage right here on 1620 The Zone, starting with the Creighton game at noonish tomorrow, 12:30 tomorrow, Omaha time.
I'm happy you said it really starts tomorrow because we're in the trust tree with the Nest, so I'm going to be honest. I didn't watch but a few minutes of the games last night while they were on here. And I will say that it seems like I made the correct decision. I watched Shogun last night. I watched the new episode, and I was like, I want to watch this because I know I'm not going to have very much time the next few days. And then after the episode, I open up the old group chat, and everyone's making fun of Virginia. And I'm like, man, I made a good decision to not watch that dreck. Absolute garbage basketball. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw the very, very end when I was getting my Pittsburgh sandwich of the first game.
Nice.
And then had the second game on in the background. And it was more fun to actually read Twitter than it was to watch the actual game because of all the people making fun of Virginia. And with that, we bring you into the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard, live here from the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, PPG Paint Arena.
Nice.
Where the Jays will be taking on Akron tomorrow. Again, 12:30 tip-off here on 1620 The Zone. But from Trev to Troy. That's the new way of things. New athletic director and a new university president all on the same day.
Yes.
I guess all it took
What a
was
day.
for one guy to just randomly say, yeah, I'd rather go to Texas A&M. And it shocked
And they
the
were like, all right, fine, let's hire some folks.
Certainly plenty of takes on that. We'll give them to you here on the Grum. And Chris Fetters, who covers Washington for Dogman 24/7.
Row.
Keep in mind that Troy Fetters was on the job in Washington, or Troy Fetters. Wow, Troy Fetters. Where'd that come from? I'm going to have to get used to this guy.
Well, no,
Troy Dannon.
Chris Fetters. So you just combine.
Fetters,
You combine. Yeah. You combine a
I
couple of
did.
people.
Troy Dannon was on the job for all of 5 months at Washington. And this is going to be the second time in a row that Washington will have lost their AD to another school in the same conference.
Brutal.
Their previous AD left for USC last fall.
Yes.
And now Dannon is leaving Washington for Nebraska. And I don't know if you remember this or not, but Nebraska and Washington will soon be in the same conference.
That's wild.
He was there for such a short amount of time that if somebody had been pregnant before he got there, they
Wow.
would still be pregnant
Nick,
now.
what a great way to describe it. That's like a meteor the size of 18 giraffes is hurling towards the earth. That's kind of what you just did.
That's a big-ass meteor.
Yeah, it's very tall. It's very tall and skinny.
We're going to find out what Greg McDermott had to say today. Had a chance to catch up with him. We'll hear from some of his thoughts from the podium. I was going to examine what the nerds have to say about March Madness.
The nerds like Bart?
Like Bart and others about
others.
March Madness and the Blue Jay and Husker chances this week. Our good friend Nick Baugh is not here, like in the building with me, but he will be here with us on the Grum today. He will join us. Speaking of the basketball last night, Virgins scored more than Virginia last night.
Wow,
John.
congrats.
Spot the lie.
They're not virgins anymore if they score. That's the point.
Congrats. Congrats on the sex.
Yes, it is.
Someone
the
lost
point.
their virginity yesterday. Congrats to them.
Oh, congrats.
And I woke up this morning, got myself some baseball.
Oh,
There was baseball on this morning.
I have some takes on the baseball. And
I
as-
do too.
and as a
Jake
good-
Cronenworth, fix your glove.
Oh my gosh. As a broadcaster, I also have some takes on the score bug.
Oh.
I have some takes on the score bug.
Yeah, the Shohei series. The Soul series
Mm-hmm.
was the order of the day. And it is a Wednesday, which means it's time for dumb debates. Unless Nebraska does something else.
Yeah, that happened
newsworthy.
last week. Last week, I promised Nick, when we went to break, I said, Nick, we're going to do dumb debates in our next segment. And then what happened, Nick? In the commercial break, Trev Alberts, it was officially announced he
With
was
a
leaving.
minute left.
Yeah, so we didn't even get to do the
You lied to
open.
me.
I'm
I have
sorry.
trust issues.
I'm sorry.
All right, 402-951-1620, 42 degrees, the source by your mom's house. Also, you can hit us up, JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. You know what? We probably need a couple of poll questions today about the basketball. I'll try to throw that up here momentarily. And also, if you want to email the Grum or buy Doug's tickets, because Doug is apparently selling his tickets to tomorrow's first session in Omaha because he's got to watch his beloved Jays. You can hit him up in the Equitable Bank inbox. Well, don't hit up us, but it is his Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Live from Pittsburgh, get ready for March Madness. And your home for March Madness is right here, 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone, Josh and John for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Speaking of that college basketball playoff, you have until the end of today to get involved, John, with a no-sweat bet. And we're not just talking about new customers. We're talking about all customers. If you're new, go to FanDuel.com/1620. If you've already been on the app or website, well, you know what to do. And you get bonus bets back if that bet does not win. And, John, how about this? You can even use your no-sweat bet on a college hoops parlay. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620 before the end of today.
That's right. You got until the end of today, so make sure you download that FanDuel Sportsbook app if you're not already a customer. But even if you are an existing customer, yes, you can also get your no-sweat bet from now until the end of the day. Visit FanDuel.com/1620 for more information. And make every moment in this college basketball playoff more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Again, FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus in President, Iowa. Refund issues, non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
If you're unhappy with your job or employer and you've hit a dead end, it's time to start your new career as a delivery driver with Host Coffee. Our local family-owned business is growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo was officially introduced by the Rams Tuesday after signing a one-year contract. Garoppolo addressed the 2-game suspension he faces from the league for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substances policy, saying it resulted from an unspecified substance for which Garoppolo says he made a mistake when filing for a therapeutic use exemption. The Browns and wide receiver Jerry Jeudy have agreed to a 3-year contract extension worth up to $58 million, with $41 million fully guaranteed, according to NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero. The Broncos recently traded Jeudy after 4 seasons to the Browns for a pair of 2024 draft picks. The Jets are signing wide receiver Mike Williams to a 1-year contract worth up to $15 million, according to Rappaport. And the Bengals signed free agent guard Trent Brown to a 1-year deal. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's. We make 32 craft pepper sauces that are thicker, hotter, and better. We use fresh, plant-based ingredients that you can see and taste. One try and you'll fall in love with Melinda's. Melinda's also makes spicy ketchups using real sugar and no high-fructose corn syrup. Yuck. Go to melindas.com to find our line of craft condiments at Walmart and other fine retailers. And right now, get 20% off our award-winning sauces with code SPORTS at melindas.com. That's melindas.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
My hope is that he forces me to not do this radio show anymore.
On 1620 The Zone.
Hey, John.
Hey, yo.
You know how we have names for things, but then the lawyers get involved?
I just scared the nice people next to us. I just said, hey, yo. And they were like,
everyone looking at
they
you?
looked like, oh, my God.
That's how I feel, because our lawyers had us change the original name of a fun contest that we're bringing back this year. So we had to get creative, which means that it's time for the college basketball playoff and the sweet, as we called it yesterday, 8x2. Let's go today 4 squared. The sweet 4 squared is going on.
And 4 squared. That sounds, you know what? That sounds like something we used to do in gym class. We used to play sweet 4 squared.
Yeah, and back in the 70s, some stuff happened that we don't want to talk about today.
Remember 4 square?
No, not really.
We did. We kind of played it, but it's kind of a lame game.
Yeah, I don't think I ever
really
learned the rules of that one. Anyway, John. Next week, a week from right now, some big Nebraska news will probably break because that's what happens on Wednesdays now. But also,
who we firing now?
We're going to select 16 listeners to be paired with 16 teams, and then the winner
4 squared.
4 squared. Thank you for saying that. The winner, the overall champion of the college basketball playoff, will get that person who is paired with them $1,620.
Oh.
Wow. Just go to 1620thezone.com right now to enter to be a part of the 4 Squared 1620 contest. Wow.
We told you, folks, when you join, subscribe today, there's going to be other cool things. Well, this is one of those cool things.
Oh, yeah.
$1,620 for our sweet 4 Squared competition.
That's
very
so cool.
easy. So
Very
make sure you sign up today. Go to subscribe today on the 1620thezone.com page. We can still say 1620thezone.com, right?
I believe we're allowed to still say 1620thezone.com.
Blank 20 the zone.
Blank 20 the zone. Thank you, Nick. 4 Squared 20thezone.com.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to show you how weird this day was. So, I woke up this morning and
got yourself a gun.
Watched some baseball, was doing some prep for the Grum. I was anticipating, I was on with Jack today, our friend Jack Mitchell from KLIN, and they were waiting for the news of the UNL or UNU president search. And so as I came to the arena, I was like, okay, well, I wonder if they've hired a president yet. Then I started, did the press conferences, listened to Mac, listened to the guys.
Uh-huh.
And then just randomly scrolling Twitter, is like,
they have a new AD?
Where'd this come from? Troy Dannon, ladies and gentlemen, is coming back to the Midwest. He's a Northern Iowa Panther.
And by the way,
AD
Northern
there,
Iowa's coming to
alumni.
Nebraska this year.
Yes, they are.
Go Panthers.
Well, here's a question for you. Will Troy Dannon still be the athletic director at Nebraska when they play Northern Iowa?
Great question. Let's put it on the list.
Because if he lasts at this job, as long as he lasted at his last job, he'll be leaving the week of the first game of the season.
Oh, wow. Wow. Right before UTEP.
That's not when you want to lose an AD.
No, you do not want to lose the AD before UTEP.
But Dannon was the, they hired, from what I understand, they had a search firm, and the search firm found the decision. I don't know what you think, Josh, and I know we got to take a break because we're a little bit behind on break. So as we get ready to talk about this and figure out where it's going, the fact that these things are happening on the same day, and by the way, Dr. Gold, who is the chancellor currently at Medical Center, Nebraska Medical Center, has now been named the permanent president. They have to go through the regular 30-day falderall, but basically he's going to be the guy. The regents approved it unanimously. But the fact that this all happened at once is very interesting timing, given how all of this literally blew up in the last 6 days.
Yes.
It was 1 week ago that the bomb dropped and that Trev Alberts is gone. And now 6 days later, after a protracted president search, they got a new president and a new AD, and they were basically announced almost at the same time. I mean, the news broke on Dannon about the same time the regents came out of closed session today.
Yeah.
And you almost wonder, is all of this working together? And yesterday, of course, and I'm sure you guys talked about it yesterday, Fred Hoiberg signing the contract extension.
Oh, yeah. Very interesting.
All of this it just goes to show you how quickly things work in this business. Will it work out for the best? We got plenty of time, or at least the next 5 months to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get to that and really get into the nuts and bolts of it. We got the contract details. We'll also hear a little bit later on from Greg McDermott, who spoke today at Media Day for the Midwest Regional here in Pittsburgh. All of that coming up. Also, we are going to talk with our reporter from Washington, Chris Fetters.
Yes.
Because this is a rather interesting. Now Washington is in the same boat Nebraska was just a few hours ago.
Yes.
But it's even weirder because this is the second AD they're going to lose in 6 months, both to an in-conference school.
And 2 quick things. He hired Jed Fish, and he just fired their basketball coach.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So all of that straight ahead right here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, where I am live here in Pittsburgh for the first and second rounds of the NCAA men's basketball tournament on 1620 The Zone. Going to be a lot of good guys on the floor tomorrow. You can be a good guy too, and all you have to do is visit goodguysavelives.com. Do you know that by checking that organ and tissue donor box on the back of your license, whether it's your hunting and fishing or your driver's license, you can save up to 8 lives, and anyone can register to donate. It does not matter how old you are. It does not matter what your health condition is, because whether it is healthy organs, hearts, lungs, pancreas, for example, that can help save lives, tissue donation can help change lives, because skin grafts can be used to help cancer patients who have had to have radiation treatment or burn victims. You have bone grafts to help folks who have been injured, badly injured in accidents. Even healthy tissue such as tendons can help recovery from sports injuries. So even if your organs can't be donated to help save lives, the tissue can be donated to help change lives. And it's free. There's no cost to you or your family. And traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a successful donation. So please check that box the next time you register for your driver's, hunting, or fishing license, or visit goodguysavelives.com. You can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Lindley Clothing in Omaha has been the premier provider of men's fashion for over 88 years, from suits to jeans, with great brands like Jack Victor, Bugatti, Peter Millar. Your father was a customer. You're a customer. Your son is a customer, and now they're looking for the latest sportswear to tailored clothing. Lindley Clothing has you covered. They will help you get the look that you need with their selection and top-notch customer service. You walk in the door, and there's John and Marlene and the entire Lindley Clothing team with a great smile on their face, and they're to help you. 132nd and West Dodge in Linden Market to pick up the latest styles and enjoy easy access shopping.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is $50 in vouchers for only $25 to Lula Bee's Breakfast Brunch and Bar. Lula Bee's has everything from French toast and omelets to shrimp tacos and burgers. There's even a full bar with uniquely inspired cocktails. Lula Bee's has a festively decorated party room for celebrations or just brunch with all of your friends. Lula Bee's, 9th and Dodge, or at lulabeesomaha.com.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. We're in the middle of the best time of the year of basketball season, with meaningful games every night, with 40 TVs and massive dual projectors. The games have never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout, 162nd and Maple.
The world's largest sports book in Las Vegas is available right at your fingertips in Iowa. The Circa Sports Iowa app is sports betting the way it should be. Bet anywhere in Iowa and experience high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. Download your new bookie today. Visit circasports.com and start betting like a pro from anywhere in Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Get more with Murphy Tractor. Each of our 29 locations offers new, used, and rental John Deere construction equipment, an extensive parts inventory, as well as other complimentary products. We also have a full team of Capstone certified technicians with field service capabilities. Let Murphy Tractor be your first choice for your construction equipment needs. Visit us online at murphytractor.com.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Josh, with you. March Madness commencing tomorrow. Unless you are like those who believe that the tournament actually started last night. But
No.
If you did, I apologize on
It's called
behalf
the
of the
First
entire
Four.
nation for what Virginia brought upon us last night. That was really, 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 really bad. But, hey, what are you going to do, right? I mean, the committee knows all. And they thought that Virginia was worth being in there. By the way, just a real quick aside. So, here at the arena, they have the scoreboard up. And when the NC State's on the floor right now, they got the Wolfpack logo, but they've got the scoreboard set up as if, an actual game was going on. So they got the dummy board with the live stats. They're using the stats from last night's Providence game. And so Providence's players are showing up on the dummy board. And of course, Providence was one of the teams that felt like they got aced out by the committee.
That's kind of mean. That's a bit rude.
Just kind of interesting to look up there and go, oh, yeah, those guys probably should have been in the tournament and Virginia not. All right, so Nebraska's got an athletic director. Troy Dannon is coming over from Washington. And, man, there's so many questions to ask.
Yeah.
As much as we have lamented the struggles of Nebraska to try to maintain some semblance of order and sanity, you got to wonder what the folks in Washington are thinking right now. Like, what has happened to us? We went to the college football playoff, went to the national championship game, and then within the span of, just a few weeks, we lose that football coach. We're transitioning into another conference.
Yep.
And we've lost yet another athletic director. This time, we've lost him not to USC, but to Nebraska, who we're soon going to be playing as members of the Big Ten Conference.
John, think about it. 2.5 months ago on January 1st, they had one of their highest highs. I mean, really, since they won a national championship in the 90s, right? That is probably the pinnacle of Washington football since their natty at the early point of the 90s. That was it on January 1st into January 2nd in the Sugar Bowl. And since then, so much changeover. I mean, think of, John, the reaction that we have seen around here with Trev. I guess loyalty doesn't mean anything anymore. That's a guy who stayed at his job for 2.5 years. And now Washington is losing an AD 5 months into the job. Pretty incredible.
More on that coming up a little bit later.
Yeah.
But from a Nebraska perspective, and Matt Rule today was at Nebraska Pro Day, even though he has not worked directly with Dannon, they were both in the same conference when Matt Rule was at Temple and Dannon was resurrecting the athletic fortunes at Tulane. And from all indications, Matt Rule seems to be very excited about this hire. We wondered aloud a couple of days ago on this show, how much is Matt Rule, how much is his power increase now at Nebraska, being the lone guy left from the group of people that were charged with bringing Nebraska's athletic fortunes back, talking about Ted Carter, Trev Alberts, and Matt Rule. Matt Rule's now the last guy left, and so you wondered, especially after everything that has gone down, if he's able to parlay his power. You got to wonder how much Matt Rule was involved in this process, and maybe if he had any influence in terms of, was he a voice in the room? He certainly seems happy about it, which is good.
You're talking about Trev or Rule?
I'm talking about
Rule. Excuse me. Yeah.
It's because he's the guy you got to make happy. Right
100%. We talked about that on Monday,
he's
right?
the guy you got to make happy.
Yeah, the power that he has right now, how important it is for him to have that power, and kind of what it does. They have a relationship prior. I am not going to pretend, and I don't think you're going to pretend today, like we know a ton about the new athletic director. Like that research will be done in the hours and days that follow this. And then we'll learn about the guy. But I mean, on the surface, I think it's a very intriguing hire at the very least, given where he has come from. I tweeted out a snippet of a conversation that he had with, and I had no idea who this was. And shout out to one of our listeners for sending it my way.
Yeah, Joel.
Yeah, and so he was on the podcast with, I believe it's the CEO of Nordstrom. And
it's really random, but it's called the Nord Pod.
Yeah.
And it is. It's with the CEO of Nordstrom's. And this was only 9 days ago, by the way. So this audio you're going to hear is only from 9 days ago, which was before Trev Alberts left.
Correct.
So Dannon is all in his Washington, right? It's like there's no other jobs out there.
Correct. And so I listened to the entire thing on my drive into work. And the thing that stood out to me first and foremost was, did you have a chance, by the way, John? Did you listen to the whole interview?
I did not listen to the whole thing. I did listen to Joel's clip that we're about to play.
Okay, so but before we play that, he talks a ton about football. Just a ton about why he made the move from Northern Iowa to Tulane, going to Washington, budget stuff. He talked a lot about that. And so my immediate takeaway, first and foremost, was this guy wants to be at a place that cares about football because football drives the bus. And he talks about that. He talks about budget stuff in this where 95% of revenue is coming from football. And let's play the clip because he also mentions Nebraska in passing in this interview that he did on a podcast a week and a half ago.
And my two jobs previously had been fixer-uppers. And on it, I didn't want another fixer-upper. I'm 57. I wanted a place where you could win and win at a really high level. I'd interviewed a couple of times, turned down a lot of other interviews the last couple of years because I didn't think you could win there. And there's too much time, effort, and energy that goes into this to not be able to win.
So what was it about Washington? I mean, there's a lot of big schools out there, but they're not necessarily winners. So what was it about Washington, whether it's the culture of it or whatever, that you felt like this is a place that would win?
So history is valuable for one reason. It tells you what you can do. It doesn't predict the future, but it tells you what you can do. And the fact that we'd climbed the mountain with two different coaches in the last 30 years, I thought we could continue to climb the mountain. And I knew we were climbing the mountain with Kalen coming in. And if you look at schools like, pick on Nebraska because I'm from Iowa, right? The schools that used to be on top of the mountain, that when they fell down, they have not yet climbed back up the mountain. And so that was a big part of it. History showed it could happen. The move to the Big Ten, and honestly, like if you had offered me this job and we were still in the Pac-12, would I have taken it? Probably. But the Big Ten, you want to be at the table where your future is going to be determined.
That was him on the podcast with the CEO of Nordstrom.
So weird. How did you take that reference to Nebraska? Was it because it wasn't a side swipe, right?
Yeah.
But he was talking about how we've seen in the past how a program that used to be on top has fallen on hard times. And while Matt Rule, he's obviously the coach, and they're not, Dannon is not moving on from him, obviously. Is he viewing Nebraska already on that bounce back? Because he said he doesn't want another fixer-upper. Now, he may have also been speaking of fixer-upper from an entire athletic department standpoint, but given how football-focused he is, and he has been a member of the football oversight committee, so he's very in tune with the football side of things. I'm assuming he's talking about a football fixer-upper. So is this his way of saying, oh, we've already got our guy and we're on the track forward to that, or that there is still a lot of work to do?
It's a great question.
And remember, this interview was done 9 days ago.
9 days ago. Or at
Trev
least the
Alberts
podcast came out 9 days ago, yeah.
Right. So the interview may have been done before that. So this is before Trev Alberts left.
Yes.
So at the time he's doing this interview, he's the AD at Washington and is not looking anywhere else.
You should figure.
It makes you wonder, what changed, what looked at it. It has to make you feel like, because, there's some other stuff out there about the AAU and whether or not Nebraska is, not on the most solid ground with the Big Ten, which I don't buy necessarily.
I don't buy that
right
at
away.
all. I don't buy that at all.
And this hire would seem to indicate that if Nebraska were on any shaky ground with the Big Ten, you would think that, that scuttlebutt would be in and about those types of circles, and that Dannon would have said, oh, no, I'm not headed there because, they're on shaky ground. So to me, this hire would seem to indicate that Nebraska is still on some really solid ground when it comes both to the Big Ten, but also in the perception of how strong things are. And if that is true, then that's a great sign given how people have been thinking over the last few days. It's amazing, since before Matt Rule stepped to the podium on Monday, how there was a lot of uncertainty and a lot of doubt about just where Nebraska's place is in the world.
Yep.
And just how good is this situation? And, of course, all the broken politics and the governor's getting involved and the regents, and no one can agree on anything. And this search is taking too long. And how are we going to handle this? And how are we going to do that? But here we are. And, let's just count, because essentially Matt Rule spoke 48 hours ago. In the last 48 hours, how quickly things have changed. It might be a sign where Nebraska's in better shape than a lot of doomsayers were thinking in the moment a few short days ago.
Yeah, obviously, because Trev leaves, and it's not just that the athletic director leaves after 2.5 years, which again is longer than 5 months. But it's also that he was a former Husker, right? That was one of the things that I think people were pretty scared about. Going back to the AAU stuff, I know that there has been, and I can't tell if it's optimism or if it's just like wish casting, but that Gold coming in, given what he has done in Omaha and given what he has done with UNMC, that could be a part of their move back into the AAU. So I don't know exactly what that looks like or how soon something like that could happen. But yeah, I certainly do wonder about that. And in terms of, the new athletic director hire and what he said on that clip that we just played and the question that you had, it's a very interesting one, because I hear that, and I guess, John, it's hard for me to hear it and to see him making this move and to not think that he believes that Nebraska is in a solid place and that they can get back to it. I think that he was having a little fun there, probably because he didn't expect to be the athletic director at Nebraska 9 days later or whatever it was. But it's just, the clip is so recent that, if he was actually being negative against Nebraska, you could truly throw that in his face. He'll probably get asked about it, and he'll expand on it and by the way, in the press release earlier, they said that he'll be speaking to the media next week. So we're going to hear from him very, very soon. I will hear it, though, and I will operate in good faith and hear that as, yeah, he's positive that Nebraska is in a solid place and that things are going to be fine moving forward.
The contract details we now know are really very similar. It's almost as if they took Trev Alberts' new contract, the one that he signed a couple months ago, and just carbon copied it. It's not totally identical, but it's very close. The base salary will be $1.6 million, and it will go up by $100,000 over the next 5 years. So by the end of the 2029, 2030 fiscal year, he'll be at $2.1 million. When Trev Alberts signed his extension that was going to lead him up through or put him under contract through 2031, Alberts was going to get 1.7, and it would jump to 2.1 by 2026. So really, the numbers are fairly similar. When you look at what Dannon was scheduled to make at Washington, it was going to be a $1 million annual salary and a $1.5 million buyout. He is going to owe a relocation bonus, but he'll also have he's also getting Dannon a $1 million relocation signing bonus. So the money he's paying back to Washington, he's going to make back fourfold from Nebraska in a relocation bonus. So fiscally, they certainly made the move work for Troy Dannon. And yeah, finances are always going to be at the center of any job move. And so Nebraska certainly has made him a much richer man than he was going to be at Washington. But make no mistake about it, you don't take this move just for money. You're taking this move for other opportunities. And you wonder now where, you wonder what this says about Washington and its pecking order. Remember, Washington is not a fully fledged member of the Big Ten.
And won't be for a while.
The Washington and Oregon editions, which came later than the USC UCLA, they've got to wait several years. I believe it's 6 years or 7 years before they become fully fledged members of the Big Ten, meaning they're not going to make the same in television revenue that Nebraska, that Iowa, that Wisconsin, that even USC and UCLA will be making.
Correct.
Because they were brought in as fully fledged members. But Oregon and Washington, because of the timing of that, are going to make somewhat less. I mean, it's still a lot more than they would have gotten in the Pac-12, but it's still going to be less. And so you wonder if that pecking order is just kind of a reminder of, hey, this is your place in this world, and here's Nebraska's place in this world.
Exactly.
402-951-1620. When we come back, we'll hear a little bit from what Greg McDermott had to say today at Media Day as things are starting to wind down here. Just a couple more teams left. Texas Tech is the last team to be out here on the floor today. NC State just went back to the locker room, and then it'll get quieter in here.
Good. I was going to say they're going to turn off that stupid music. Don't they know you have a radio show to do, John?
Do they know who you are?
Yeah.
Why didn't you get your PA to smash the music?
Oh, yeah. Get Happer back in there.
Why would I
Get the PA to smash the PA.
Yeah. Oh.
Get the PA to smash the PA. We will continue more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. You know, the tournament of great significance that starts tomorrow. And now it's time for you to start using your new sports book, Circa Sports Iowa. Circa Sports Iowa is your hub for all things involving the tournament. Every game, if you're like me and you like to goof around with some fun props, they got you covered there. And, of course, your usual splits. Speaking of, that's another one of the really cool things about Circa. They offer tight money line splits, and they don't keep as much money on large market bets as other places tend to do. And when you are on a roll, because it is, of course, really easy to get on a nice roll during this tournament, they won't limit you for the constant winning because they want you to make that money. There's also real people behind Circa Sports Iowa. If you have any problems, just shoot them an email or tweet at them, and a real-life human, not an AI, not a chatbot, a person will get a hold of you, and they will get you sorted out and fixed up. Check out Circa Sports Iowa today, anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Screw that. You've got Shaka Smart. You've got a guy who gets out on the floor and plays defense on his own end, too. I mean, come on. No, that is a bunch of crap. That is absolutely a bunch of crap. That, first of all, when I think of that building at its best, it is never, ever crossed the mind of like, man, these students or this crowd is brutal. That's what makes it so tough. No, they just get loud. They get into it. 95% of it's positive. The other 5% is nothing different than what you're going to see at any other venue.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. The station serves the Nebraska Operational Area Number 1.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
After a chilly Wednesday, we'll see the winds calm a little bit the further we get into the evening and temperatures dropping into the 30s and eventually to the 20s for tomorrow morning. A chilly start, but we warm up to around 53 degrees tomorrow. A nice southeast breeze and a chance of some showers late Thursday night. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Don't let power outages disrupt your life. Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More is here to help ensure your home stays powered no matter what. Introducing the ultimate solution for uninterrupted power, the Generac Whole Home Generator. From keeping your lights on to running your appliances, say goodbye to inconveniences and hello to peace of mind. Invest in a whole home generator today and never worry about power outages again. Stay connected, stay comfortable, and stay protected. Call now and get a free surge protector with a new install. While supplies last, call 402-934-7003 or just call Burton.com.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Hey Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
He thinks bean counting is an iPhone app. He is the most uninteresting man in the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Berger. Don't just get your taxes done, get them managed. If you're tired of losing sleep over your business and personal taxes, you're ready to make more money, give us a call.
Call Berger, Elliott, and Pritchard CPAs at 402-551-1919 or visit bepcpa.com.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. through H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
We coming.
On 1620 The Zone.
Hey, John.
Hey, what?
You know that college basketball playoff thing? It actually starts tomorrow. And if you go to 1620thezone.com right now, you can make your picks for the bracket. And you could win a grand prize. I did the bracket today, but I did it with my regular email.
Oh no!
Am I supposed to do it with the work email?
Yes. The email that we got sent said use your work email.
So I have to redo it?
Yeah, I think so.
The last time we did a contest, the football playoff thing, I used my regular email.
Yeah, me too.
No, you're fine.
All right.
Just, hey, folks, use your regular email when you sign up for Subscribe Today.
Yeah.
Join our bracket contest and have fun and win prizes.
We love
from us.
prizes. Yeah.
1620 The Zone.
Yeah, indeed.
.com.
Hey, John, I got a tweet from Paul that says, do you think Trev knew who the next president was going to be and that's why he left? Now, that's a great question. And one of the interesting things about that is something that Michael and I talked about yesterday, and that is, and a lot of people have talked about this, the assumption was that Trev wanted Gold to be the athletic director. Gold or the president,
the president.
Gold is now the system president. Did Trev leaving put pressure on the situation to get him fired? Has the politics of the situation come more out in the open, a bit more on the forefront over the last 7 days? And that is why, hey, Matt DeMarinis, and that is why he is at, like, I think it's a great question, but from everything that I heard, he was supposed to be the guy, or he was the guy that Trev wanted, rather. So I don't know if that's answering the question.
It's probably not, but I think there is more to Gold being named the president today to the AAU question than it is to Trev Alberts. No, obviously you're not getting Trev Alberts back just because the guy he may have wanted is the president. But the fact that Gold was the chancellor at UNMC, and it was the whole connection between the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and UNMC that led to the split with the AAU, the American Association of Universities, which is the big, conglomerate of major universities that the Big Ten is all about. And it's all about research dollars. And, it's basically a giant club for the biggest schools. And Nebraska got kicked out shortly after they joined the Big Ten Conference. And it all had to do with how the research funding is linked and how the campuses are linked. And I think it, if anything else, it probably is more geared towards that part of the equation than it has anything to do with what Trev wanted, because he's gone now.
Yep.
And he's not coming back. Nebraska's moved on. Trev has moved on. But I do think there is the component to the AAU conversation, which is hot and heavy behind the scenes. I mean, there's a lot of folks who think it's really important to be in the AAU so that it doesn't give the Big Ten an excuse to kick them out someday. There are others who think that the whole deal is nonsensical because Nebraska being a land-grant university, a lot of ag funding, a lot of ag programs, they're proud of that. And, they don't want to necessarily want to move clamshells around just to satisfy a bunch of hoity-toity folks. So all of that is weird politics going on behind the scenes. But long answer short, no. The Gold appointment today, I don't think has anything to do with what Trev Alberts wanted or desired.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the AAU again. I had someone reach out to me during the break that said the Big Ten reached out to Nebraska and emphasized that they want them back in the AAU, and so that the folks at Nebraska have been working hard to do that. And my question to the first part of that would be, they reached out as like a threat? Like, is there an implied threat there of, hey, we'd love to have you back in the AAU? Because, like, is there a because involved? Like, I have heard, of course, Nebraska wants to be back in the AAU for all of the obvious reasons. I have also, you mentioned it, like there's this concern I think that some people have about them getting kicked out of the league. Like, I find that hard to believe. I would be stunned if they got, John, it would truly blow my mind if they got kicked out of the Big Ten Conference because they're not in the AAU.
Yeah, again, you've got so many different factors here, but you still have the academic side versus the athletic side. The Big Ten likes to fancy itself as being all-encompassing. We're not just an athletic conference. We're an association of higher-thinking academic universities, and we do.
Goes back to what Delaney said: if there's pay for play, we're going D3.
Exactly.
When's that?
So there's
happen?
still that ridiculous statement that they were never going to follow through on. There is still that element that exists out there, but make no mistake about it: the Big Ten is first and foremost an athletic conference. It's really a football content provider. Because that's where all of this money is coming from. They are a football contact provider who happens to play a bunch of other sports too. But the reason why the Big Ten is as powerful as it is today is because of football. And that's what's driving all of this. I don't doubt that there are some higher-minded folks, I'm using higher-minded in air quotes, who would like to have Nebraska in because it would make the circle compete and it would look pretty and everyone's in and we're all one big happy AAU family. But is it, in my opinion, going to be a deal breaker, especially if Nebraska continues to pull 4 million people in per television viewing, and Fox, who is the primary rights holder of Big Ten sports says, oh, no, we got to have those guys because they're good for our ratings. That's going to say more than the AAU membership. That's not to say that the AAU membership isn't something that some people would really like to have Nebraska do and that some people in Nebraska would like to have see happen. But I would really be surprised because that would go against everything that has happened in college sports. It is about eyeballs, brands, and money.
Yes.
That's what it's about right now.
And the latter happens because of the first two that you mentioned.
Bingo. Exactly. All right, we will have more. We're going to talk more from the Washington perspective because they've got to be wondering, hey, what's up right now as Troy Dannon has abruptly left them after only 5 months to come to Nebraska. We'll talk about that coming up in a few minutes, but coming up next, we will hear from Greg McDermott, who was at the podium today ahead of the Jays and Akron. We'll have all the coverage right here on the Zone. 11 a.m. pregame with Jimmy Chavez, and Nick and I will take over with production assistance provided by Connor Happer.
Not Nick Grimm.
At noon from right here at PPG Paint Arena in downtown Pittsburgh. 12:30 tip-off Omaha time, first round of the NCAA tournament, and it's all right here, right on through to the Final Four on 1620 The Zone. GoodGuysSaveLives.com is the place if you would like to make the generous gift of organ and tissue donation. Yeah, I know when you go and register for your license, you got that opportunity to check that box. I have had that box checked since the day I first got my driver's license, and I'm very proud to say that I have, and I'm proud to say that many of you have done the same thing. But there are others who have maybe been reticent to it. They've been nervous about it. Hey, is there a cost? No cost to you or your family. Hey, would it affect traditional funeral practices after I pass? No, still traditional funeral practices even after a successful donation. And you're making a difference because one donor can save up to 8 lives with organ donation and change the lives of dozens of others, whether it's ACL tears, donated ACLs or other tendons, skin grafts, bone grafts, donated corneas bring back the gift of sight. What a difference you can make by one selfless act. And that's checking that donor box next time you register for your driving, hunting, or fishing license, or visit GoodGuysSaveLives.com. Be a difference today. You can save up to 8 lives at GoodGuysSaveLives.com.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
Forget the drive to Colorado or Missouri. Stop into any Omaha 42 Degrees and indulge in a curated cannabis experience. Premium flower, cannabis, pre-rolls, and cannabis accessories paired with an elevated customer service experience. All are waiting for you at 42 Degrees. From novices to connoisseurs, we're here to elevate your cannabis journey. 42 Degrees, your destination for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. By your mom's house.
Do you like to shoot fireworks? Would you like to get paid to shoot fireworks? J&M Displays wants you. Help shoot an Omaha Storm Chasers game, Memorial Park display, or any of the major shows in Western Iowa and all of Nebraska. If you like to travel, J&M covers Nebraska, Kansas, and most of Missouri. They offer free training and great daily pay rates, which makes it a perfect part-time job. Visit jnmdisplays.com and click the Join Our Team tab to find out more. J&M Fireworks.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Get ready for warm weather driving and save with early spring tire deals at Jensen Tire and Auto. With 21 convenient locations throughout Omaha and in Lincoln, Fremont, and Council Bluffs, drive in today and save up to $200 when you buy a new set of 4 Goodyear tires with the Jensen Drive Out package using your Goodyear credit card. Save up to $100 on new Cooper tires and up to $70 on a new set of General tires. Click on JensenTireAndAuto.com for details on Jensen's early spring tire deals. With 21 stores to serve you, your next new set of tires are close by. And so are the savings, including Jensen instant rebates on new sets of 4 select Continental, General, Maxxis, and Kelly tires. Check out all of Jensen's early spring tire deals at JensenTireAndAuto.com and to request an appointment today. Jensen Tire and Auto, locally owned and family owned since 1973. Limited time offers. Visit a Jensen store near you or click on JensenTireAndAuto.com for complete details.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for acne, allergies, chronic diseases, depression, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
What moves you? Whether it's running a race or playing with your grandkids, orthopedic specialists at CHI Health are dedicated to helping you keep life moving. We offer the latest surgical and non-surgical treatments, so you have options for painful shoulders, knees, hips, and every joint in between. Don't let joint pain put life on pause. Count on our team of orthopedic specialists to begin your journey back to what moves you today.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
I got to get used to this, man. Nick not playing the bumps for me. I can't tell if we're back or not. I'm just going to just go yada, 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 yada. And just
John, you're talking over the commercials right now. Stop it.
Oh, am I on the air? Am I talking over Nick's commercial?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Welcome back. PPG Paint Arena, home of the Pittsburgh Penguins. And this weekend, home of the NCAA first and second rounds. Creighton tomorrow afternoon. Right here on the Zone, 12:30 tip Omaha time, noon pregame with Nick Baugh and yours truly. And earlier today, when the Jays were here for their shoot-around, Greg McDermott was at the podium. And here's an edited version of his session today as the Jays get ready, playing in their 4th straight NCAA tournament, which is the second longest streak in program history. Here's a little bit of Mac.
Mac, you had said on Sunday night you didn't know much about Akron. What have you learned about them in the days since then?
Well, you understand why they're here by watching them play. Obviously they led the MAC in defense, and you can see why. Very physical defensive team, very connected on the defensive end, and then a rim protector in Freeman at the basket that makes things tough around the rim. And they're experienced. Freeman, Ali, Tribble, and Dawson all played in this tournament 2 years ago, took UCLA to the wire in a first-round game. So, not often when you play a team from a mid-major league are they going to have that kind of NCAA tournament experience. But very, very good basketball team. I've known John Gross for a long time. He's been terrific everywhere he's been, and, has done a great job with that Akron program.
When you look at Freeman and the way he's able to be effective, what have you, learned about how he's able to do it at his size?
He is he's elite at creating angles. and he does so much work before the pass is made that his job's easy once he catches the basketball. So that's going to be a challenge for our defense is to make sure we somehow stay between him and the basket, because if he gets you on that angle, it's over. And he's got an incredible second jump. So he gets back to the rim the second time very quickly, which is obviously makes him a very effective offensive rebounder. But he's really, really talented, and he's shifty enough that he's got a way of really drawing fouls. I don't know who leads the country in free throw attempts, but he's got to be in the top 10. He shoots a lot of them, but just very complete with his game. Scores over both shoulders. He shoots it well enough from three that you have to respect that. Just a terrific player.
You've been in this tournament many times before, and I know each team has its own experience and its own journey. How much does your experience, though, inform the way you prepare this team?
But those guys last year, when they made the decision to come back, we started talking at that point in time about the value of one possession. And it's coach speak. We all talk about it. But when you really, when you're a possession away from the Final Four and you don't get there, I think it really hits you square in the face. So that's kind of been our mantra since we've started the season, is like, this possession really matters. And that only works if your leadership buys into it. And we just haven't had, I've said it to our local media many times, we've had some practices that are better than others, but we've had 90 some practices and we haven't had a bad practice. And that speaks to the leadership in our locker room. When a practice gets off to a rough start, they have a way of kind of rallying the troops and make sure we get something out of it and we get better that day.
You went to New York with title aspirations. Did getting eliminated early reinforce the fragility of what the type of games you're playing this time of year? Once we got home, we treated it like any other game. Let's learn from it. Here's what we did well. Here's what we need to clean up. And then we had the opportunity to take a day off on Friday, really work on ourselves Saturday, another off day on Sunday, and then turn our attention to Akron on Monday. So, I think the fact that we lean on some guys for some pretty heavy minutes, that we had a couple days off in there, I'm hopeful it will be good for us as we move into this week. But we were disappointed. You never want to lose in the first round, especially. There's a lot of people that came out there to watch us play, and they had to sit around without the Blue Jays for a couple days. But, I like the spot we're in. I think we've had a good week of practice, but obviously we're playing a really good team.
Can you describe just the relationship you've had with Dana over the last 14 years, what it looks like today, and even going back to the COVID season and them coming out to play a couple of games to start their season at your guys' place?
Yeah, Dana is still beloved in Omaha, and he always will be. He really did the heavy lifting with this program in the 16 years he was there, taking over a program that, there was 1,500 people coming to the games, and then moving into an arena with 17,000 people and figuring out a way to get people there to watch you. And, it was Dana's work and the way he grew the program in the Missouri Valley Conference that allowed us to kind of take that torch and run with it. I was at Northern Iowa when he was at Creighton, so we competed against each other. I didn't beat him very much during that time. We were in a lot of recruiting battles. But I think since I've moved to Omaha, I've gotten to know Dana's family. His family, besides being Oregon fans, are huge Creighton fans. His dad and his brother would come to all of our lunches, Lyle and Dirk. And, I just have tremendous respect for Dana and the job that he's done. It's really rare in this day and age of what have you done for me lately to have two head coaches at a university in 30 years' time, him being there 16 years and me 14. But I think it also speaks to the people of Omaha and the people of Creighton that it's a place you really don't want to leave.
Will open this tournament 4 wins away from Dana Altman's career mark, and should he be able to get there this year, that means they're going to the Final Four, and they will have done so in a full season and change in that much less time than it took Dana Altman to get to the 327 wins.
In a tougher conference, too.
And in a tougher conference for the most part. as well. I get the sense, just kind of being around the guys, and Max said it, we didn't like that we lost in the first round, but I don't sense that there was a great deal of, oh, dang, our season's ruined because they lost to Providence last week. I think the extra time off, especially with as hard as they have ridden the main starters this year, has helped. And, those are just 2 less games of wear and tear on a group of guys. Trey Alexander led the Big East in minutes played this year. Baylor Shireman was very close behind. And, Ryan Kalkbrenner, played well over 33 minutes a game. So I don't think they were too terribly bummed, badly bummed that they lost in New York City. And it just gave them extra time to kind of reset, because this is the event where everything is going to be decided. A lot of folks are clinging to some high expectations based on how things went last year, the guys that they brought back from last year's team, what they added to this team, and the expectations coming into this season. Here is where the rubber meets the road, and it all begins tomorrow afternoon at 12:30.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they were to let a conference tournament loss, get to them that much, you'd worry about the makeup of them, right? Like, it'd be cool. That's still one of the few things that they have not done is win the Big East tournament. Otherwise, they've checked all the boxes. But no,
at 10, then at 11, it'll be Blue Jay shoot around at 12 noon. Nick and I, with production assistance provided by Connor Happer, will be courtside at noon, and 12:30 tip-off between the Blue Jays and the Akron Zips. We'll have a lot more on tomorrow's game. Nick Baugh is going to join us next hour here on the program. But coming up next, we're going to talk about how Washington now feels today, because Nebraska has stolen away their athletic director just 5 months into the job. Chris Fetters of Dogman 24/7 joins us next here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a crash blocking the exit ramp to 680 from eastbound I-80. Delays on L Street for both directions at 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, slow going from 680 to 108th. And on eastbound Dodge, delays from 680 to 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
It's the Nebraska Lottery Spring Game Promotion. From March 12th through March 25th, play Lucky for Life and enter the voucher number online. You can win skybox seats to the NU football spring game and more. Lucky for Life top prize odds, 1 in 30 million.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. From upsets to buzzer beaters, nothing compares to college basketball in March, and that is why FanDuel is giving everyone a no-sweat bet from now until March the 20th. It does not matter if you are new to FanBets back. If that bet does not win, you can even use your no-sweat bet on a college hoops parlay. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620 today.
Josh, in the spirit of the college basketball playoff, this is no time to slow it up. FanDuel giving everyone a no-sweat bet from now until March 20th, and that's for new and existing customers. Bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. Find out more by visiting FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Are you ready to embrace warmer weather and score tickets hassle-free? Look no further than Tickets for Less. It's your local ticket headquarters right here in Omaha at 145th and West Center Road. Say goodbye to hidden fees and hello to transparent upfront pricing. Plus, use the promo code THEZONE at checkout and save big at ticketsforless.com. From sports to concerts and everything in between, TFL has you covered. If you have a question, call them today. 402-398-1999. With unrivaled customer service, every seat holds a story. Find yours and save with the code The Zone, now at ticketsforless.com.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let mentality lead the way.
Woodhouse GMC is bringing you more for the new year. With every new GMC purchase from Woodhouse, we're including 3 years of scheduled maintenance. Plus, with our current lease offers going on now, you'll save even more. Lease a 2024 GMC Terrain SLE for $389 a month for 39 months, 10,000 miles per year. Woodhouse GMC. We are professional grade. With approved credit, must finance with GM Financial. Must currently lease a 2019 or newer GM vehicle to qualify. $1,995 down payment and first payment plus $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires April 1st, 2024. See dealer for details.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Now, wait a minute, Nick. This bump is on the air. I don't get it. I kept hearing this. What is going on here? Everything's out of control. John Bishop here live in Pittsburgh. Things getting ready to wind down on this shoot-around/media day prior to the first and second rounds of the tournament. But, of course, the big news back in Nebraska just can't get away from all the changes going on in Nebraska athletics. Troy Dannon, the now former athletic director at Washington and Tulane, is the new athletic director at Nebraska, replacing Trev Alberts. But Dannon leaves after just 5 months on the job. But it was a very action-packed and decision-filled 5 months. And to join us with a perspective from the other side of the story, Chris Fetters from Dogman.com, member of the 24/7 Sports Network, covering the Washington Huskies, joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Chris, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. How are you doing?
Doing great.
How shocking was the news today, considering Dannon just had to execute a new coaching hire? In fact, one of his first assignments was to try to keep Kalen DeBoer, which he eventually lost to Alabama. Then he goes out, hires Jed Fish. He's also fired a basketball coach, and Washington's transitioning into a new lead. How shocking was today's news?
Well, the news was very, very shocking for a number of reasons. You mentioned that they just let go Mike Hopkins after 7 years of Mike being the head coach for men's basketball. They were in the process of hiring a new coach. Presumably, if you read the tea leaves, if you go to X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, it sounded like the Utah State head coach, Danny Sprinkle, had all but agreed to become Washington's head coach. Now that's completely gone. I have to assume. I wouldn't expect a coach of Sprinkle's, his ability to go to a place without a head coach or without an athletic director there. So I would have to expect they are probably starting from scratch on that. But in terms of it being a shock, I mean, you look at it this morning, Pete Thamel reports it. It's about 7:15 or so in the morning Pacific time. I'm woken up to it. I look around. I go on X. I check everything out. There was nothing in place, either on the Nebraska side or the Washington side, that would have told us that Troy Dannon was coming there. I have found out since that apparently this was agreed upon about 4 o'clock our time this morning. So you can tell. And the crazy thing about it is that Dannon was in Palm Springs last night. So that would be Tuesday night, with the president of the university, Anna-Marie Talsay, and Jed Fish, the new football coach that he hired. And he was down there at a major donor event called Dogs in the Desert. And literally that thing wrapped up, I think, around 6, 7 o'clock last night. And I have to expect that right after that happened, Dannon was in the middle of trying to finalize this deal at Nebraska. So all this stuff happens so quickly, but you don't see anything on X and everything is like that. Okay, social networks can be hit and miss. You just never know. You get a lot of good breaking news there. But then I also looked at the Nebraska 24/7 site. Obviously, we looked on our site. Nothing was leaking out. And if the demographics are similar for both schools, you'll get a mix of regular fans, hardcore fans, but you'll also get donors, deep pocket guys, well-connected guys on both sides. There was a thread on the Nebraska 24/7 site, guys, about the AD hot coach, their coaching board. It went 11 pages long without one mention of Troy Danning. So to say that this thing came out of left field would be incorrect. This thing came from behind the bleachers. This was so this was beyond shocking in that regard. But taken as a whole, is anything really shocking anymore, guys? With all the changes that you guys have gone through in Lincoln, is anything shocking anymore, really?
Chris, that's a great point. Now, that leads into my question. That was going to be, what did you have in mind for him in terms of like career advancement? The further we get now away from Trev Alberts moving on to Texas A&M, a lot of the people behind the scenes will tell you, like, yeah, not surprised that he left, maybe surprised for where he left, but not surprised. But the timing of it is maybe what caught us off guard, and he was on the job for 2.5 months. Obviously, Troy Dannon, much different situation. It wasn't even a half year. What kind of career advancement were you expecting from him? Because obviously the timing of this is much sooner than anyone would have expected.
Well, I didn't have to expect anything, guys. You can take Troy Dannon's own words at his initial press conference when he was announced as Washington's athletic director. He said, "This is my third job. This is where I want to be. This is it. This is my last stop." He basically all but said this is going to be the last place he's ever going to be an athletic director. So you guys tell me. I mean, I understand there's politics involved in this. You can't be naive about it. But at the same time, I mean, if you take the guy's words at face value, and that press conference was literally the first, last, and only time I met Troy Dannon. I was not there. I was working off site when they hired Ted Fish for that press conference. I was not there when Troy Dannon was there, but I literally got a chance to meet Troy once, and we had like a little 10-15 minute on the side where I was able to ask him some questions and stuff. He came away as genuine, outgoing, engaging, everything you would have expected Washington to hire in a new athletic director, considering their last athletic director, Jen Cohen, was all of that and 10 times more. And one of the big reasons why she ended up going to USC, because she was extremely coveted. She was on the playoff committee board. She was on NCAA boards. She was just a very, very competent athletic director. And we didn't expect Washington to hire anybody less than that when she decided to go to USC. So Dannon fit the bill in all sorts of ways. And so there was an expectation that he would be there probably as long as he wanted to be there. And that absolutely turned out to be true. We just didn't know it was going to be 167 days.
Chris Vetters of Dogman.com, 24/7 Sports, covering Washington, joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. You just mentioned the previous athletic director leaving for USC. This is the second time in a half a year that Washington is replacing an AD who's not only leaving them, but leaving them for a conference rival. Of course, Washington and USC have long been conference rivals, but now Washington transitioning to the Big Ten. Does that say anything? And does that say anything about the optics of these last few months, about what it's like around Washington, that they can lose two athletic directors to rival schools within the course of a half a year?
Well, sure. Everybody in the outside would say, yeah, Washington is a stepping stone. Anybody that wants to get on a good job, but with career advancement, you can go up further up the ladder if you do well at Washington. That feels like the tier that they're at right now, because Jen Cohen left USC. It's a private institution. She has a much bigger budget. She's getting paid more money. And ironically enough, she's doing exactly what Dannon did too, in going home. That's Jen Cohen's from that area. She spent a ton of time at Washington. She really became she really kind of ingratiated herself within the Washington community because she spent so much time there, went to school in the Puget Sound region. She did all the right things. And so now you look at Troy Dannon. Troy Dannon's leaving for roughly he's getting paid 1.6 base now. He was getting paid $1 million at Washington with escalators. But the buyout is 6 times what it was at Washington, for instance. He's going back to an area that I guarantee his family would rather be at as opposed to Seattle. They're going back to the Midwest because that's his Iowa roots. That's the area he's from. And so you see a lot of situations and a lot of similarities where what happened with Cohen also happened with Dannon. The only difference is that Cohen really laid roots in Seattle. Her kids grew up there, left to go to school, all those things. She really went through the full cycle, whereas Troy Dannon, as you guys have noted, he hadn't even been here 6 months. I mean, we should have taken it as a telltale sign that his family never fully moved up to Seattle. But the reality was when he said, hey, I've got kids in school down there. They're in the middle of their school year down in New Orleans. It makes sense for me to be able to kind of, go back and forth with my job obligations while they're finishing everything up, sell the house, and then we can fully move. All that stuff made perfect sense. What we didn't realize was that he was doing a dual housing search at the same time. He was looking at Seattle and then he was looking at Lincoln, apparently.
Yeah, Chris, along those lines, I wanted to ask you, does this move say more about what kind of job Washington is or what type of job Nebraska can be? But I mean, the more I hear you talking, the more that I do research into Troy Dannon, the more I wonder, is this just a guy that really wants to be in the Midwest?
Oh yeah. You guys don't know me from Adam, but I try to not complicate the simple. I try to keep things as reasonable as possible. And the simple matter of the fact is Troy Dannon made no bones about his Midwest roots. I mean, when Kalen DeBoer was at Washington and Troy Dannon got hired, obviously after DeBoer, it was a big thing where it was like, hey, we have a lot in common. We're both Midwest guys. We get it. It's just there's a lot of camaraderie and a lot of understanding there. And so it just made sense. He really laid into his Midwest roots. No one was really thinking strange things about that at the time because there was no reason to. It's just that's where he's from. I mean, why wouldn't he be proud of where he's from? It makes sense, right? So there's that. But then the other thing is that if you can go to another place and get paid more money and you're closer to your family and they want to be there, they're not moving to a brand new situation on the West Coast where, frankly, they don't have any roots. It doesn't, for me, just looking at it in a vacuum, I don't see it as being an issue at all. And I certainly don't see it as an indictment on Washington at all, because if anything, when you look at Jen Cohen leaving, you look at Troy Dannon leaving, you look at Kalen DeBoer leaving when he did after being in the national championship game, all this does is it for prospective coaches, prospective administrators, anybody that has a thought about Washington, all they're seeing is one thing. Not only is that a place where I can have a ton of success at, but there's not a cap on my upward mobility in terms of my profession. I can achieve all my goals professionally and personally there. And then if I want to move up, if there are other opportunities that are enticing to me or that I've really, kind of the brass ring type thing, if there's anything out there for me, I can achieve that if I go to Washington first. So yes, is there a stepping stone element to that? 100%. But there's also the element to that if you're like a Heather Tarr, for instance, Washington's longtime softball coach, it's her alma mater. She's won a national championship at Washington. She's become part of the USA softball structure for the national team, like a big part of that. You can achieve all your dreams and more if you want to go to Washington too. So you can have it either way. And I think that's ultimately, if I'm a Washington fan, that's how I'd be looking at it. I'd be looking at it, yeah, it's not great that they can't hold on to people, but that mobility seems to be kind of part and parcel of what we're dealing with in the NIL era and the portal era. This is happening with coaches and administrators as much as it's happening with players.
Chris Fetters, dogman.com, covering Washington athletics for 24/7 Sports. The Midwestern stuff aside, the 60% pay increase inside, if Dannon had been successful in either keeping Kalen DeBoer, or if Alabama, let's say Nick Saban either doesn't retire or they go a different direction, if Kalen DeBoer is still the head coach at Washington, do you think we would still be having this conversation today?
Boy, that's a great question. That really is the question to ask too, because if Nebraska fans are kind of interested for more of a perspective on Dannon from someone who dealt with him more firsthand than I did, you guys should check out, you should Google 93.3 FM KJR, because in about an hour our time here, so it'll be about 3 o'clock West Coast. So I'm assuming a little after 5 your guys' time. The main guy there, a guy named Dave Softy Mahler, is going to have quite the I wouldn't say expose, but he's going to have some thoughts on Dannon. And I wonder if Dannon was long for this job anyways. I really wonder. I mean, I've been hearing things, and as a reporter and as a journalist, I'm taught to really investigate these things and not give hearsay a lot of full weight. But the more I hear and the more some of these thoughts get corroborated by people that I trust and I know, it sounds like Dannon was trying to ruffle some feathers in the athletic department. And I don't know if he was doing that because he thought it needed to happen, and so he was trying to do it in a good way, or if it was just kind of my way or the highway. That I don't know. And that's what we're trying to kind of get to the bottom of a little bit. And I do have a feeling Softy's going to have some takes on this in about an hour, and they're probably not going to be very positive takes if you're a Nebraska fan looking for some validation. But again, you could also look at that and go, well, that's just kind of jilted boyfriend type stuff, right? I mean, that's like, yeah, that's, if you got stood up, if you're the one sitting there, wondering what the heck just happened because your girlfriend went over and decided to hang out with that guy. Sometimes you're a little raw, and sometimes you've got some hard feelings about it. So you could take it for a grain of salt as well. But I do know that Softy had dealt with Dannon a number of times, firsthand experiences. And so he'll tell you how it is. He won't, it'll be unvarnished for sure.
Chris, so, I mean, along those lines, the question that I think a lot of Husker fans are, of course, wanting to know is, like, what is Nebraska getting as an athletic director? I wonder if you feel, this decision to leave so soon aside, do you even feel like you're able to answer that question given how long that he was up there in Seattle?
Well, it's interesting because, you hear that side of things that, maybe he was trying to shake up the athletic department for better or for worse. Who knows? I mean, I don't know what Nebraska's departmental structures like for their athletic department, but under Troy Dannon, if you look at, you can go in the GoHuskies.com, you can look at the list in their staff directory. You look at deputy athletic directors, senior associate athletic directors, and associate athletic directors. There's 18 of them. And maybe that was just part of the structural thing that just needed to change. Maybe there were some longtime people that needed to get blown out of there because they needed to come to the realization that they need to get with the era. Because one thing that Dannon really harped on, he harped on recruiting, he harped on NIL. He wanted to make sure that obviously the program was extremely well funded, football first, or at least the revenue sports first. And so he said all the right things in his initial press conference you would have loved to hear if you're a Washington fan. So if you're a Nebraska fan, you're going to hear a lot of those same things. I can't tell you, like you guys said, 167 days. I can't tell you. Jury's out in Seattle as far as whether or not these things that he talked about are going to take hold. But what I can tell you that are absolute facts, and they're not in dispute because they've happened, is that he hired probably arguably the best available head coach in Jed Fish in the coaching search 48 hours after Kalen DeBoer left for Alabama, and Washington was left holding the bag going, wait a second, we're literally 2 days removed from playing a national championship game, and now you're gone? It's like, what? When has that ever happened? I mean, guys, 3 of the 4 head coaches for the teams that played in the playoff last year are gone.
Yeah.
Does that make them stepping stone programs? Of course not. But what it does mean is that anybody can be poached at any time for any amount of money and for any reason. And so right now, if you're Nebraska, and I'm not telling you guys anything you don't already know, you're stuck in steaming. I mean, I'm a heathen in Seattle, guys, but even I know that Trev Albert's leaving Nebraska for Texas A&M. What kind of heresy is that? That's ridiculous. So, who can make heads or tails of all these things? But I do know that Dannon's closer to home. He got Jed Fish hired, which was monstrous for Washington. And he let Mike Hopkins go, which appeased a lot of the basketball deep pockets guys because they knew that he needed to be gone probably at least last year, maybe even the year before, but they couldn't because of their own financial restrictions and money issues that they had going on at that time post-COVID. So it's just, there was a number of things that happened, but in terms of the major decisions that Dannon needed to get right, especially coming right out of the gate, not having a lot of time to even suck in some oxygen, let alone making these huge decisions. Both the decisions he made were considered very popular at the time. So that's all I can tell you.
Chris Fetters, dogman.com. Well, Chris, we hope that Washington continues to stay relevant in the conversation, because we would love to have you back to actually talk about Washington football at some point. But we really appreciate your insight on this, because I can only imagine what the folks there are thinking today, given the news, especially if he literally was at a booster function last night and then accepted the job at 4:00 this morning. And then found out at 7:00 this morning.
I was going to say, as we all know, Nick Saban was interviewing coaches the day he left.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
true.
Like,
Great point.
Exactly. So who knows what the heck goes. All I know is that the only other layer that could have been added to this carousel would have been if Nebraska and Washington were actually playing this year. That would have been crazy.
Absolutely.
That
But
is
it's
not
not
happening.
happening, so-
That, as far as we know. You never know.
Yeah.
With the Big
But
Ten,
anyway,
Big Ten championship game.
basketball.
Yeah.
In basketball, it will be. I'm assuming, but who knows?
Yes. Chris Fetters of dogman.com. Chris, again, thanks for the insight. We really appreciate it.
Hey, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Chris.
Chris Fetters joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline.
He was very good. Very good.
Yeah.
A lot of comments echoing that. Stigori says, save this guy's info for football season. Sky,
we will.
Sky says, tell this guy sorry. I'm locked in 6A to 6P to 1620 The Zone. I won't be switching to some West Coast radio station that doesn't even have dumb debates. Plus, I bet their theme song doesn't even slap. Yeah, sorry, Chris. We won't be switching to that station. I am very curious to hear this interview, though, or this radio segment, rather, John. I'm very interested to hear that for sure.
Yeah, man, it is. What a weird day.
Mm-hmm.
And I can only imagine what the folks in Washington are feeling right now. Well, we are here in Pittsburgh. They have ended all of the major functions on the floor today. And so things have gotten a lot noticeably quiet here in this building. But we'll try to keep the noise up and have more as we continue from Pittsburgh right after this. Nick Boss still to come.
Hell
And yes,
yeah.
the aforementioned dumb debates. But coming up next, we'll take a look at what the nerds have to say about Creighton and Nebraska and everything that is going to go down this weekend. That is straight ahead here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct and 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. And John, right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets if their first $5 bet wins. Whether it is a huge upset in the college basketball playoff, maybe you like the 1 seed, go check out all of the lines right now on the FanDuel Sportsbook. I'm going to open it up right now, John. We've been talking all week about the local teams and what's going on. Of course, you are in Pittsburgh. Creighton up to a 13.5-point favorite versus the Zips of Akron. And in a couple of days, Nebraska will take on Texas A&M. And the Huskers still -1.5. Whether it's those games or others, you can get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620.
And yes, you can make wagers on whatever games you like. There's also plenty of props, in-game props, player props, and a whole lot more. So don't just play the brackets during the college basketball playoff. Play the games themselves and get $200 in bonus bets if that first $5 bet wins. That's all it takes. One winning $5 bet nets you $200 in bonus bets by visiting FanDuel.com/1620. The college basketball playoff is here. FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus in President, Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Previously on the crossover.
All right, let's see. So Danville Dairy Daddies. Look at that horny cow. Look at the eyes on this bad boy.
Is the cow giving the eyes?
There's something weird about that.
I can't say.
He is a bull. This is a dairy daddy. Oh, his name is McCreamy. Got it. Perfect.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
After a chilly Wednesday, we'll see the winds calm a little bit the further we get into the evening and temperatures dropping into the 30s and eventually to the 20s for tomorrow morning. A chilly start, but we warm up to around 53 degrees tomorrow. A nice southeast breeze and a chance of some showers late Thursday night. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a crash blocking the exit ramp 2680 from eastbound I-80. Delays on L Street for both directions at 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, slow going from 680 to 108th. And on eastbound Dodge, delays from 680 to 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Get ready for warm weather driving with early spring tire deals at Jensen. Save up to $200 on Goodyear, Cooper, General, Continental, Maxxis, and Kelly tires. Check out Jensen's early spring tire deals at jensentireandauto.com today.
His voice is often mistaken for a dial tone. He is the most uninteresting man in the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Berger. I'm still the most uninteresting man in the world. But if you're tired of losing sleep over business and personal taxes, payroll and employee benefits, financial statements and QuickBooks, call me.
Call Berger, Elliott, and Pritchard CPAs at 402-551-1919 or visit bepcpa.com.
At Sid Dillon Chevrolet, we want you to have the best car buying experience possible. Shop Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group or at siddillonchevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon. You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Get pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Spring is in sight. Looking to wake up your yard this season? Make your neighbors green with envy with Lenahaw's wide selection of landscape supplies and homegrown plant material. Get a head start today. Lenahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Join me, Jimmy Allen, for the Creighton Athletics Hour. We'll be talking all things Blue Jays and interviewing your favorite coaches, so you don't want to miss it. It's the Creighton Athletics Hour, Thursdays, starting at 6 o'clock, only on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and your 1620 The Zone mobile app.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
It's a trip, ain't it?
The 1620 The Zone.
Back here in Pittsburgh, PPG Paint Arena.
Do they have
By the
paint
way,
everywhere?
we found out something about the history of PPG, which is, I mean, they're a major paint producer company that's been around for over a century. Their founders founded the company in a town called Creighton, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow. Is that ominous or is that a good thing for tomorrow?
I think it's a good thing.
All right.
I think it's a good thing. And also, some dude, one of the guys from the South Carolina crew, gave me a gold coin, or it's not a gold coin, but it's one of those James Madison dollar coins.
Big James Madison.
Big James Madison. There he is. He said it's for good luck. So there you go. There's
I
my
believe a
lucky
dude just gave you $1.
What a life. What a life you lead, John. You're in Pittsburgh. Guys are giving you money.
I guess
and you don't have to hang
I
out
was
with
in
us.
need of $1.
Yeah, well, I can see that. I can definitely see that. See that.
Well, it is time to check out what the nerds are saying. Might as well play our music.
Let's do it,
one
Nick.
more time.
By the way, Severe was making fun of Bart yesterday. I don't remember what he
What's
likes.
wrong with Bart? What is wrong with? I mean,
Michael goes to a different website. He says Bart sucks.
Yeah, it says the guy who was wearing the two-tone Saints jersey yesterday.
He says that's not a jersey. He says it's a shirt.
He says it's a football jersey.
It's a football jersey. That's right. That's
It's
what
not,
he said.
I don't know many football jerseys that button
That have
up
buttons,
the front.
yeah.
Yep. They look like this in the 20s.
Yeah. This isn't the 20s anymore.
In
Well, I
the
guess
20s.
it is actually, but it's not
In
those
the 20s.
20s.
They were wearing like leather and
Yeah.
looked like look like a gang of bikers. But anyway,
nice.
Bart Torvik.
Yeah, what does Bart
has
say?
Given his odds, the South region. Nebraska, the South will rise again. There.
No,
South.
No.
The South region will rise again.
The South region
in
will
basketball, in the college basketball playoff, Nick.
It's like the David Duke thing all over.
Houston, these odds, man. Houston, a 27% chance of winning the championship.
Hey, that's who
according
I picked to
Bart.
win the championship. Let's go.
More on that in just a minute. But Houston has the best odds out of the South. But look at how far it drops off when you get to Marquette. Marquette's the 2 seed in the South. Their chance of winning the championship just 2%.
So basically, I mean, this is
2%.
telling us they better get out of this region.
We got to get out of this place.
Yeah,
it seemed
Houston,
like it.
we have a problem if they lose. Houston, we have a problem.
But scanning down the list, so Houston has the best odds in the South. Then Marquette. Then the number 4 seed Duke ahead of the 3 seed Kentucky. Then it's Wisconsin, Texas Tech, Florida, and Nebraska. Bart says on Friday night, Nebraska has a 61% chance of winning. So Bart likes Nebraska over Texas A&M.
Yes, he does.
He likes Nebraska as the 8 over the 9 Texas A&M by a much wider margin than he likes Florida, the 7, over the 10 seed, which we don't know who it's going to be yet. It's either going to be Colorado or Boise after the results of tonight. But Florida had a 55% chance. Now, that may change depending on
who wins
that game. But Nebraska's odds of beating Texas A&M are not terribly dissimilar from Texas Tech, who is the 6th seed. They're playing here in Pittsburgh as part of the South Region pod. They've got a 66% chance of beating the 11 seed North Carolina State. So according to Bart, Nebraska's chances of winning are about the same as Texas Tech's chances of winning, 2 seed lines higher. So not bad. Not bad. So Michael can make fun of Bart all he wants, but Bart is a Husker fan.
I think that's why Michael's picking against Nebraska. I think he's going with one of his other. I wish I remember the name of his analytic website, but it likes Texas A&M.
Yeah,
on Friday. Very sad. Very sad.
Then to the Midwest, which is the region that Creighton is in, and of course Purdue, the number 1 seed. Now, we just mentioned a moment ago, Houston.
Yeah, massive.
27% chance of winning the national championship.
Look at this.
Here's
one.
Purdue, 14%.
Mm.
So it drops off considerably.
Whoa.
Tennessee, next best odds at 3.5%. And there's Creighton, the 3 seed, at 2.5%. And then it goes Gonzaga, Kansas, Texas, TCU, South Carolina. Look at how jumbled the odds are, by the way, because in the South, it pretty much went by seed line, just flip-flop the 4 and the 3, Duke and Kentucky. But in the Midwest, the top 3 are in order, then 4 and 5 are switched, Gonzaga better than KU. Texas then is in the spot where South Carolina should be. South Carolina, who could be Creighton's next round opponent if they beat Oregon. But look how close South Carolina and Oregon are. South Carolina playing Oregon in the second game, the third game of the day, I believe.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Here in no, it would be the second game because the winner plays Creighton.
Yes.
It would be the second game. But South Carolina, 55% chance of beating Oregon in that first round game. So that is pretty tight. But the Jays, with an 89% chance of advancing after tomorrow, 65% chance of making the Sweet 16, 34% chance of the Elite 8, 14% chance, almost 15% chance in the Final Four, and as we mentioned, 2.5% chance of being the national champion, according to my buddy Bart.
Those are some pretty good odds that you might be in Arizona in a couple of weeks, John. Those are some pretty solid odds. Getting a tan, hanging out outside, getting sunburned.
Mike Farron country.
Nice.
Okay, so here are some other analytics.
Okay.
All right. So maybe these will be ones that will
Michael's
be
buddy Eric with a K. Is that what we're talking about here?
Eric Haslametrics.
Yeah, I don't think that was the one. It was something that I'd never heard of before.
There are 5 teams in what he describes as his top 10 offense, top 35 defense, efficiency, potential national champs club. So according to Haslam, the national champ comes from within the teams that are rated top 10 in offense, top 35 in defense. There are only 5 teams in the tournament that make that profile. The 1 seed UConn, the Purdue Boilermakers, and these are overall seeds that he's quoting, by the way. The 1 seed, overall 1 seed UConn, number 3 overall seed Purdue. Actually, these aren't the overall.
I was going to say these must be his rankings.
These are his rankings.
Yeah, because Creighton's not the overall 8 seed.
Right. So UConn, Purdue, Auburn, Duke, and Creighton.
No
Creighton
Houston. Screw you, Haslam.
Creighton has his 8th ranked offensive efficiency and 30th ranked defense. So they make the top 10, top 35 list. And then Rob Anderson quoted this from Ken Palm, the OG analytic dude.
Oh, here we go. It's that
and
list
again. This is the numbers that we have been quoting. I've been tracking, for the last few years. But every national champion has been top 40 offense, top 25 defense on Ken Palm. Through Sunday, 9 teams meet the criteria. Arizona, Auburn, UConn, Houston, Marquette, North Carolina, Purdue,
Tennessee,
and got to get the stupid slide graphic. What's the other one on there?
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
And Creighton.
And Creighton, yes.
And Creighton.
Yeah.
So Jay's showing up on a couple of those. So there's what the nerds have to say.
Thank you, nerds, for your service.
We appreciate you, nerds.
You know who's not a nerd?
Well, it's not neither of us.
I was going to say Nick Baugh.
Oh.
Nick Baugh.
Nick Baugh.
He is of basketball, and this weekend he is of our Creighton radio broadcast. Yes, he'll be joining me all throughout the tournament.
I was going to say, and he's joining us next. That's what I was trying to tease the next.
And he'll be joining us next.
Nice.
Not here in person. He's
not going to pull a happer?
He's not going to pull a happer.
He's not John. That would be hilarious if Nick Baugh was John's production assistant.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. But Nick Baugh will join us next as we preview the men's tournament.
Let's do it.
1620 The Zone. John Bishop here for GoodGuysSaveLives.com. You can save up to 8 lives. 1 check is all it takes. Next time you renew your driver's, your hunting, your fishing license, just check that box on the donor and tissue donor box, and by doing so, you can save up to 8 lives because registering is absolutely free. And healthy organ donation, 1 person, 1 donor can save up to 8 lives. In addition to tissue donation, which can be so beneficial when it comes to recovery from surgery, skin grafts, bone grafts, and donated corneas bring back the gift of sight. It is a selfless act that takes no effort whatsoever, and it does not cost a thing to you or your loved ones after you're gone. Plus, most traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a successful donation. So please do the generous thing and visit goodguysavelives.com. Find out how you can be an organ and tissue donor today and save up to 8 lives by visiting goodguysavelives.com.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620, The Zone.
What moves you? Whether it's running a race or playing with your grandkids, orthopedic specialists at CHI Health are dedicated to helping you keep life moving. We offer the latest surgical and non-surgical treatments, so you have options for painful shoulders, knees, hips, and every joint in between. Don't let joint pain put life on pause. Count on our team of orthopedic specialists to begin your journey back to what moves you today.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Shop Woodhouse Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on right now. With the most versatile lineup of sedans and SUVs, like the Hyundai Elantra or Santa Fe. Plus, your choice of standard engines, plug-in hybrid, or fully electric vehicles. Right now, lease the 2024 Hyundai Kona SE for $199 per month for 24 months and 12,000 miles per year. And when you shop Woodhouse Hyundai, you can rest easy with Hyundai Shopper Assurance, America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Start your deal online at woodhousehyundai.com today. Browse our inventory, personalize your payments, apply for financing, and more. Convenience delivered every time. This is Woodhouse Hyundai. With approved credit, tax, title, license extra. First payment $3,999 down plus $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires April 1st, 2024. See dealer for details.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Back here at a very quiet PPG Paint Arena in downtown Pittsburgh. And now we go about 7 blocks south. I think south, or is it north? I am so turned around in this city, Josh. I needed directions to get here. I actually had to use the little instruction thing on the phone and like follow the arrows because I was like, I have no idea where I'm going because I didn't have my guide with me. He decided to stay back in his hotel room doing God knows what. It's Nick Baugh, ladies and gentlemen, my soon-to-be, again, color analyst on tomorrow's broadcast. And, of course, you know him from such hits as the Chick and Nick podcast, where I hope I don't end up in another drop contest next year. The Nick Baugh podcast. And you know him from such hits as Fox Sports College Basketball. Nick, what have you been doing all day?
I have literally recorded 5 podcasts today. Just like podcasting away. I did a previewed each region, making every pick in the East, South, West, and Midwest. Then I did a little bit more in-depth preview of Creighton and Akron and Nebraska and Texas A&M. So I have been in my hotel the entire day, other than when I went to go pick up my credential. And I'm with you. Am I the only one that I cannot? The walking directions on my iPhone I am clueless. I got no idea. And then even you can go about a half a block and you're like, is this right? Is this right? Is this right? Nope, it's not right. And you got to turn around. But I'm with you. I was very confused walking to the arena to get my credential. But yeah, I'm with you.
That's a lot of podcasts to record.
Yeah, it is.
It is. It is. It's a lot of potting. I had to get hydrated, get well rested, get ready to go. I don't feel good about my picks, but who knows though? Like it's I don't have. I feel late. I mean, I took some big swings, but then it's pretty chalky towards the end. But I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel. I mean, there have been years where I'm like this. I'm going to have the perfect bracket. I'm going to be the one. I am going to be the one that has the perfect bracket. And this year, I'm not sure. So maybe this is my year that I punch through and have the perfect bracket.
Well, maybe we can touch on some of those picks here in a little bit, but obviously we are here in Pittsburgh for the game tomorrow against Akron. So how much has changed in, you were watching some of the footage of their games in the MAC tournament, the end, that bizarre ending to the Kent State game. People forget, but Akron might not have been here if it hadn't been for an intentional foul by Kent State after they had just taken the lead with like 5 seconds left.
Yeah.
And that's how Akron got here. But having now watched a little bit of Akron, what do you think of the matchup tomorrow?
Yeah, I think there's certainly, from a very broad, simple aspect of it, I feel good about it because Enrique Freeman is their do-it-all stud 5-man, but he's undersized at 6'7", and he's not like one of those 6'7" refrigerators. You know what I mean? Like he's a 6'7", kind of a little bit more skinny, wiry, undersized 5-man, and he's a hell of a player. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the guy's the nation's leading rebounder. I'm not sure if you saw his stat line for the semifinal game against Ohio. Enrique Freeman in the semifinal game against Ohio had 24 points, 21 rebounds, 7 blocks. Like, this guy is good. But what he does seems like Kalkbrenner is going to be able to neutralize it. He's a guy that wants to score with his back to the basket. He wants to get inside 10 feet, and I just think he's going to have a hard time scoring over Kalkbrenner. So if you kind of just whittle it down, and I know it's not this simple, but if you whittle it down to, all right, Team X's best player has to play well. How does Creighton match up with them? And it seems like it's a decent matchup. I think I feel good about it, but there's certainly, you pointed out, John, and I looked at it a little closer, Akron defends the 3 well. Creighton is obviously really reliant on the 3. I feel listen, there's a version of this game, just like any game in the NCAA tournament, for 40 minutes, anything can happen, especially when you're so reliant on the 3 like Creighton is. I mean, if they're cold tomorrow, they could lose to anybody. But I just think with what Akron wants to do, play through Freeman, let him attack. I think Kalkbrenner's going to be able to neutralize him, and Creighton's going to be able to figure out the rest of the offensive approach enough. And if they're making shots, I think they could win comfortably. But again, 40 minutes, as we've all learned, anything can happen. So I know that, and you know how it is, John, being around the team, they never overlook anybody. They are locked in. I'm not sure you saw. Did you see when Jeff Vanderloop came back and handed me what accounted to be like a phone book?
Yes. He handed Nick a stack of papers that was like 50 or 60 sheets of scouting and analytics.
It's not a manuscript that he's writing.
No, it's not the Jeff Vanderloop manifesto, or anything like that.
No, I'm sure something like that exists somewhere.
I would read it. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be.
I would too.
I think I like this guy. I will drink the Vanderloop Kool-Aid wherever we're doing this. But so it's like literally think of like a phone book, and he was like, "Here you go, bro. It's everything we got in Akron." And I think
that's literally what he said.
Like,
there you go, bro.
Literally what he said. And it's shot quality stuff of where this is where Ali, what he shoots from the right elbow, the left block, everything. So I think that's a window into how much they take every opponent serious. I feel decent about it. I don't feel decent, but I feel good about it. I don't want to undersell it. I feel really good about it. But there's always those natural nerves and anxiety when the NCAA tournament starts, just because anything can happen.
Nick, big picture. Before the season, I tell you, hey, Creighton is going to be on the 3 seed line, and that's all I tell you. You judging the season as a success in that regard?
Yes, I think I do. I know on paper for a lot of people they may be anticipated maybe even a 1 seed or a 2 seed or whatever. I felt like you lose your starting point guard on paper. Stephen Ashworth checked a lot of boxes. That's still a big hole you got to fill. I always thought Creighton was just okay athletically. They lost their best athlete in Arthur Kaluma. That's a big void to fill. So I never wanted to undersell some of the question marks around this team, even though they did have some big dogs coming back in Kalkbrenner, Alexander, and Shireman. There were enough unanswered questions for me to go, I want to see what it looks like. And I'll be honest, to be real honest with you guys, I bet through maybe the better question, Josh, is like if you would have come to me early December, maybe after Thanksgiving, maybe after the UNLV lost and said, Creighton, 3 seed, what do you think? I'd be like, oh, wow. Well, yes. I wasn't ever like this team is in big trouble, not going to make the tournament, but I thought this team had some question marks around them early on. I thought Trey Alexander had that stretch where he was struggling a little bit. Kalkbrenner was a little up and down in terms of his touches early on. Stephen Ashworth had to figure some things out early. So I guess if you wanted to, I'm switching the beginning point of your question, Josh, but if you would have asked me December 1, 3 seed, I'd have been like, oh, wow. Yes, absolutely. Very, very good season. So I've been impressed with the upward trajectory and improvement of this team. And so a 3 seed to me with this group, given the holes they had to fill and where I thought they were maybe early in the year, I think a 3 seed is pretty successful.
Nick, I think you're spot on. You're spot on in your analysis and everything you said there. But in all seriousness, like last year, I thought the floor of last season was lower. But I thought this team early on, because it was that time of year where I told John, I don't like the cut of this team's jib, where I just thought they're going to make the tournament, but the expectations that I'm going to have for them by the time March rolls around, I didn't expect them to be, I guess, where I am at today on March the 20th.
Yeah, I'm the same way. And I'll be honest, in large part, it was because I had major questions about Stephen Ashworth.
Yes.
I mean, and that's the thing. I get a little annoyed with some people, now being like, I want all the apologies for the Ashworth. Hey, I'm like, okay, guys, listen, he wasn't playing well. He wasn't making shots. He wasn't really defending at a high level. Now he is. And things change, like he was not shooting the ball great. And he came out of that slump and he shot the ball much better. I think he found confidence on the defensive end of the floor. I honestly think like the stretch, even the loss at UConn, the way he defended Cam Spencer, and then he followed it up chasing Alamir Dawes. And I think he started to kind of have some things happen to feel good about himself on the defensive end of the floor. And that got him into a rhythm and flow offensively. And so I think as you've seen Stephen Ashworth's game improve and take off, that's when Creighton's taken off to me. And that's why it kind of goes what I was talking to you, John, about on the plane. I know it's very oversimplified, but to me, the next couple of weeks, the most important player is Ashworth. Like, if he plays well, Creighton's got a great chance for John Bishop to get sunburned in Arizona. Like a great chance.
I can get sunburned outside here in Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah, okay, at Pittsburgh, true. But my point remains the same. I feel like I know what I'm getting from the big three, but when Ashworth shoots it, man, and plays well, this team's tough, really, really tough.
Nick Baugh joining us. He'll be on the call with me throughout the course of the NCAA tournament. And of course, you hear him on Fox Sports and Westwood One and the Nick Baugh podcast and the Schick and Nick podcast and all the podcasts that he recorded today. Take the bias out. Take the love and the respect you have for Coach Altman out of the equation. Which team would you rather see Creighton face on Saturday?
I'd rather see South Carolina. I mean that, because Oregon, they'll run that funky matchup zone, and I think sometimes the dirty little secret is Creighton doesn't really like zone. I know that sounds weird because they're a good shooting team, and on paper you think, oh, you don't want to zone a good shooting team, but what Creighton really wants to do is get into their sets, and they want to get into their ball screen actions and their reads on that regard. It's harder to get Kalkbrenner lobbed against the matchup zone. It's harder. It's harder to do a lot of the things that Creighton likes to do offensively against the zone. So for me, South Carolina, even though they play at a snail's pace, they play one of the slowest paces in the country, which can be problematic for people. But I think Creighton's come a long ways in 5-10 years in being totally comfortable in some slower pace games than they used to be. For me, the matchup zone would concern me, and Dante and Foley, I'm not sure if you guys watched him play Oregon's big man. That guy's a really good player. He was 12 for 12 in the Pac-12 conference championship game. He's got size, he's got length. That guy's a good player. So I am trying my best to remove my Dana Altman love, but I think I'd rather see South Carolina, as crazy as that sounds.
Nick, don't want to have you spoil exactly what you said on the podcast, but I did want to ask you a Nebraska-Texas A&M question.
Sure.
Everyone is pointing out the offensive rebounding numbers, right? Is like the thing to keep an eye on. Do you have like an under-the-radar thing that you'll be paying attention to in this matchup on Friday night, that if that goes well for Nebraska, they're going to have a chance to win?
I would say my first thought was transition offense, and so maybe fast break points and transition offense, because that was kind of like it's a cousin of rebounding, because that tells me they've rebounded and gotten it out, and they're able to get some numbers there, because that's one thing about good offensive rebounding teams. Like, if you rebound it, so just picture like a shot going up and 5 guys going towards the offensive glass. If you rebound it, they might not have great defensive balance, right? Like, so if you outlet it, you could get some good transition opportunities. So I think some fast break points, or just if you feel like, man, Nebraska's getting a lot of shots early in possessions out of pushing it, would bode well for Nebraska. I always worry about turnovers too, even though Texas A&M isn't necessarily the most disruptive team. I think turnovers is something that has always been kind of a sneaky issue for Nebraska. They don't really have a pure point guard. They're converting Bryce Williams to playing that point guard spot, and that is always something that is worrisome. And then, of course, I mean, the Wade Taylor, guys, he's a really good player for A&M. I mean, he's 19 points a game. He's made 88 threes on the season, and he can go, man. So, I mean, they're going to have an interesting matchup at that point guard spot. And I'll be interested. Tominaga, man, like, he's a weird player to go against, because how many players play like him in the SEC? Not very many. Like, okay, we're getting ready to play a good guard. Like, I bet A&M's like, all right, okay, so we're going to deal with him in ball screens or isolation situations. It's like, no, you're going to deal with him moving off the ball, back cuts, staggered screens, all those things. And you think you're close enough, you think you're disciplined enough, and you go against him, and it takes a different level of it. So I'll be curious how much Tominaga. I think he's going to get I think he's going to get opportunities from behind the arc. And if he's on a heater, it could get pretty entertaining.
You have about 16, 17 hours-ish before the first game start. Am I doing my math right? Let's see, 12. No, it's about probably a course of like 18, 19 hours before the first game start. So you have plenty of time to go download all of Nick's podcasts.
Yes.
Before you fill out your brackets, and then blame him if it doesn't go well because you followed his advice.
I love that idea.
That is good. I mean, you can blame me by taking Yale to the Sweet 16 and Drake to the Sweet 16 and Mexico to the Sweet 16. Just blame me for all that stuff. But I took some swings.
There's too many of Nick's either former coaches, friends, other friends who are in this tournament.
Well, Nick, and you said it on Monday on the pod where you're like, you start covering these teams and you're like, I really like that team. I saw them in person. They're good.
It's weird. It's like a way of like validating your journeys or something like that.
Right.
You're like, hey, listen, I saw that team. I loved it. It's like a city you've been to. Like, I've been there. I stayed there one time. It's a great place. It's an outstanding place. But yeah, so, I mean, there's maybe a little bit of a correlation of some of the teams I've seen, and those are the teams that I like. But I mean, that's also the reality of it. Like you get familiar with certain teams, and I mean, that allows you to make a little bit more of an educated guess, I suppose.
Real quick aside here before we let you go. Did it sound like the building was coming down this morning, all the pounding and the bang? Were you close enough to hear all that?
It was loud. What was going on?
I don't know, but it sounded like people were working in the shafts or something, or the rodents had tools and they were just like taking things apart. It was like it was jarring.
Two hotel comments real quick. Someone was a jerk. My hotel clock alarm went off at 5 a.m.
Oh my gosh! I would be so mad.
Did Johnny Knoxville stay in this room before me and is like, check this out?
That's an amazing prank, by the way. I've never heard of that. Wow, what an all-time a-hole
It's happened to me. It's happened to me.
Oh, wow.
And who still uses the clock for their alarm? And then like
nobody
trying to figure out how to turn off an alarm clock that you're not familiar with is like diffusing a bomb, and you're like, there's 10 seconds, like red wire, green wire. What am I gonna do? Oh my god! So that was stressful at about 5 o'clock, and then kind of a big fan of the thermostat. They got half degrees. So like right now, I'm looking at, and I'm gonna put this on a tee for Josh. I'm looking at 69.5 degrees.
Nice.
On my thermostat right now.
Lovely.
I'm loving the half. I like the half degrees. So the good and the bad in my room, guys. There you go. And everybody's really wondering what's going on and what I like and what I don't like about my hotel room.
Awesome.
Nick Baugh joining me tomorrow. We'll be on the air at high noon Omaha time.
Let's go.
With production assistance provided by Connor Happer.
He'll do a great job.
Yes, he will. 12:30 is tip-off time against Akron. Nick, I hope it's at least another 2-weekend stay like it was last year. Let's make it 3.
Let's do it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Nick.
Nick Baugh, Fox Sports. And, of course, download all his podcasts.
Listen after the Grum.
Listen after the Grum,
not
and then
right
listen
now,
to
you
his
jerk.
tournament.
Yeah.
Listen to his tournament previews on the Nick Baugh podcast, wherever you download your podcast. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing, but they were grinding on stuff. And I heard stuff like, it was like stuff falling.
Oh my gosh.
Down
it's like the
like
Matrix.
It was the
down like
raccoon.
They're in the
shafts
walls.
and stuff. Oh,
It was the raccoon from the College World Series from a couple years ago. He's coming back for you, John.
I was glad I was already awake, because if that would have woken me up, I would have been so triggered.
Some responses real quick before we go to break and do dumb debates. Katie says, shout out to Baugh for doing a great job of calming down the crazy people in the Jays fan base. Yeah, apparently, John, a lot of Jays fans are like, everything's going to hell in a handbasket. So you got that going for you.
That's because they were listening to some idiot back in December saying, I don't like the cut of this team's jib.
Yeah, that guy sounds like a real moron. Aaron texts in. He says, Bob might be the only dude I want to willingly listen to about stuff about Creighton. John is great, but I still hate them, and he is the play-by-play guy. Bob is truly great at his job, and that's people who I know hate Creighton saying it. Truly so damn good at his job. Sorry, John. Apparently you are not so damn good at your job like Nick Baugh is. Tough look.
Well, I'm not going to argue. Nick's great at his job.
He's very good.
Wow, it sounds like you guys are talking about me, and I know you're not, but it sounds nice.
Oh, yeah. No, we would never say that about you, Nick.
I know.
Nick does his job.
If you were great at your job, you would literally take these drops of people complimenting Nick being great at his job and turn them into drops out of context.
That's a great
But because
idea.
you're not great at your job, you'll forget to do it. And then,
wow.
You probably will. You have a lot of things to do. You have to cut out videos now. By the way, Nick did a great job.
Oh.
Not
Nick
Bob. Yeah. He cut out the discussion that Severe and I had yesterday about Trev Alberts and put it on YouTube.
You can watch it.
You can watch it on YouTube. Plus, he made a fun graphic. I liked it. Are you doing those graphics? Nick's doing a great job. If you go to our YouTube page and you go to the video section, there are graphics attached to all of the Grum videos. That's how you know it's a Grum video. There's a nice graphic attached to it.
A Grum graphic.
Good job, Nick.
Thank you.
Shout out
this
to
is
Nick.
why, and this is why Nick is now working until 11:30.
Yes, he doesn't have a life anymore, but man, he makes good graphics.
That's all I'm here to do.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Well, coming up next, what we are here to do on Wednesday,
Yeah.
barring any interruptions.
Yes, please.
Dumb
No,
debates.
no news, please. Please, please, please.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, as far as wrecks go, you should have some smooth sailing out there, but we've got some delays. If you're east on I-80, slow going from 680 all the way to about 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 680 to Q Street. A little bit of a delay on eastbound L Street around 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 all the way to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Omaha Transmission.
If you're having transmission problems, you need a specialist. Call Omaha Transmission and see why people have been recommending them for almost 20 years.
Hey, baseball fans, ready to catch all the action this season? Tickets for Less is your ultimate ticket destination for the best seats at the best prices. As an authorized marketplace of MLB tickets, Tickets for Less offers transparent, upfront pricing and no added service fees at checkout. So shop Royals, Chasers, and more at ticketsforless.com or visit their Omaha office at 145th and West Center Road or call now at 402-398-1999. With Tickets for Less, you'll always get the best customer service, and you can save even more now when you use my promo code THEZONE at checkout today.
It's basketball time in Omaha, and when you're downtown for the games, be sure to stop into Cubby's Old Market at 13th and Jackson. Gear up for pre-parties, tailgates, or post-game. Cubby's has what you need. You'll find a full meat counter with steaks, burgers, chicken, and homemade broths. Hot and fresh deli food, including Chester's Chicken and Godfather's Pizza Express. Pop, water, beer, and a full liquor department. See you at Cubby's Old Market, open 24 hours at 13th and Jackson.
College basketball's biggest tournament is coming, and it's time to start betting like a pro with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circa Sports Iowa. It's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, exceptional customer service, and more. Fund and bet like a pro anywhere, anytime. It's never been easier. Download your new bookie before all of the March action at circasports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw from your mom.
Listen not to We Did Anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Yes, it is time for Dumb Debates here as we're getting ready to wind things down here at PPG Paint Arena.
I've got about 2 weeks of dumb pent up inside of me.
Yeah,
I've been wanting to get out.
Yeah, we haven't done it in a while. It's been a while.
So we didn't do it last week because Trev quit.
Thanks,
Correct.
Trev.
And then what happened the week before?
Did we do it the week before that, Nick?
Didn't we only do it for like 10 minutes the week
Did
before?
something happen 2 weeks ago? Or was
I
it just
thought
we
we
were
did
past
it,
time
'cause
for
I
a
would've-
break?
Oh no, I was in New York. No.
Maybe
I
we
was in
did
New
get a
York
full
last
one.
week.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
was
we
that
got a
time where
full
we
one,
only get it, or was it the week before that we could only do it for 10 minutes because other news dropped?
Yeah. We have had news drop during it many, many times lately. For that, we apologize.
Well, as far as we know, there's no news dropping right now. So we're going to power through.
If there is,
Well, no, that radio show, Slappy or whatever his name
no,
is.
Slappy's
Yeah,
happening right
Nicholas, we
now.
got to do a live listening to 92 whatever. The Fort up in Seattle.
Don't believe
I
it's
can't wait
called-
for the
Don't
expose.
believe it's called 92 The Fart.
It could. That'd be a fun station.
It would be a fun station. I would probably listen. As we know, the EA Sports video game.
It's in the game.
The college football video game
Yep.
is coming out later this year.
I'm gonna get it.
Andy asks, when EA releases the new NCAA football game, should the Matt Rule avatar also lick his lips?
I
remember all of the, it wasn't panic, but all of the
Satanic panic?
The commentary after the first game,
Because it was like, what the hell's going on there?
where they would go to the sidelines and Matt Rule is just like, the tongue is just going everywhere.
I do remember that.
I don't mean
By
to
the
be a
way,
joy
speaking
kill.
of the tongue going everywhere,
Curb?
you need to watch this week's episode of Curb. It is one of my top 5 favorite episodes of
Whoa!
Curb all time. It is a fantastic
Wow, I
episode.
liked it. Top 5, though. Wow.
Oh, yeah, top 5 Curb.
Yeah.
Top 5 Curb. But anyway.
I don't mean to be a party pooper.
What are you going to do?
They're not gonna have any coaches in the game. It's just gonna be the players.
Oh, Nick
There's
is
not gonna be
correct.
actual
But
coaches.
jeez, you just had to.
I'm sorry to poop on your parade.
Yeah, 92.
Why couldn't they? I mean, if the players can opt in,
They're
why
not,
can't
for
the
some
coaches
reason,
opt
they've
in?
already announced it. The coaches aren't going to be on this year's video game for some reason.
There's something really weird about that.
Yeah, I don't understand it. Now in future years, that would be really funny. It's like Callahan, how he would always do the weird thing with his mouth. You know, you could do that too.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks that coaches aren't in there though, because I think it would make sense for the cover instead of picking an athlete
be a
fighting
coach.
over that. They put Saban
Wow.
on there.
You sound like Sipple. Well, I mean, there's not to. Why can't it be Sipple still though? He's retired.
You mean Saban?
Saban. What did I say? Sipple. Yes. Can we get that?
Let's put Sipple on there.
But Nick, I actually think that it's either going to be, in my opinion, it'll be Caleb Williams or it's going to be Nick Saban. I think that is going to be one of those two people. So, John, what do you think of that idea? The dumb debates question, the spirit of this discussion.
The spirit of the question itself, of course he should be licking his lips.
And have Larry David show up as well.
And then have Larry David show up as well.
Old Man Doug, this was last week before we were unable to do it because of news.
Thanks.
Would you shave your head if you could guarantee a certain sports achievement by your favorite team, such as the Cubs winning the World Series, Cowboys winning the Super Bowl, Creighton winning the NCAA tournament, etc.? Hell yeah. Obviously. Shave my head?
Imagine the Rockies winning the World Series after their first 100 loss season. That'd be hilarious.
That's the team that you want to win the world or win the championship most is them, even more than the Dolphins.
I think it would be funnier if the Rockies did.
that would be funnier.
It would be
I'm
funnier.
always picking the comedy route.
Okay.
Hilarious.
To shave my head for the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl, this is like I'd have no hair for the rest of my life if Dallas wins the Super Bowl. Sign me up.
Josh shaved his face because he's bad at predictions.
Yeah, exactly. This is like the easiest yes in the history of dumb debates questions.
Oh, it's very easy. And as
you shaved your head one time too.
Yeah, I shaved my head and I
I've
actually
never shaved my
enjoyed
head.
it.
I used to get the buzz cut all the time when I was a kid up until I was in 7th grade. Then I'm like, screw you, Mom and Dad. I'm going to grow my hair out.
I did the buzz cut for a while.
I haven't
Absolutely.
been fully
In fact,
buzzed in
you
a
know
while.
what? In the spirit of this question.
Oh.
In the spirit of this question.
Oh, get the eggs. If they win it, are you doing it?
If the Creighton Blue Jays win the national
Put it
championship.
on the list.
Oh,
eggs.
Hair is gone.
Wow. I'm writing it down.
You know what? I'll even go further than that.
All right.
The hair and the beard.
Oh, let's go. Wow. You're going to get a lot of Husker fans rooting for the Jays now, John.
If the Creighton Blue Jays win the national title, I will shave the facial hair. I will shave the head.
If the Creighton men's basketball team wins the national championship this season,
we're going to have to clip this too.
Mm-hmm. I like that, John.
That's
All right.
really good.
Let's
There
do
you
it.
go.
All right.
There you go. There you go. You know, now the team has something to play for.
Unless John just did his version of the snow is done.
Well, the snow is done still. Oh man, John, if this happened, the team could shave your head, or Matt could shave your head.
Would Coach Mack shave John's head?
Oh, I think we'd have to do a whole bit about it. You know, like Jed came and shaved Stibbs' head that one time. Matt could come to the studio and shave your head.
All right, it's a deal.
Dave writes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. You're fine.
Dave says, at what point do clean clothes become dirty? I would say it depends on
the clothes,
the article of clothing. I will wear jeans multiple times.
You're supposed to anyway. That's bad to watch.
I will wear jeans multiple times. I would never wear a shirt twice. No, thank you. I like taking off my shirt when I get home and putting a new shirt on.
Where are you at on hoodies and sweatshirts?
You change your shirt when you get home?
No, not first thing. But I usually walk banks when I get home. After dinner, I'll put on like a different shirt.
I do. I change my whole. I put on my my sweatpants and another shirt.
Oh,
when I
yeah,
get
always
home.
put on the sweatpants.
I don't like being on an outside.
No, I agree
outside
with
shirts
that.
inside.
Yeah. I
I
guess
got
I was
home
thinking
shirts.
like a t-shirt because I wear t-shirts underneath all of my shirts.
I'll wear like tomorrow, Nick. I will have this hoodie on as I do prep in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I will wear it the next morning, but I wouldn't wear it again. Like I'll wash it before I wear it again full time.
Oh, okay.
Before I wear it again outside, I guess.
I usually
What are you going to be prepping for tomorrow?
Great question, John. I'm not going to be prepping tomorrow because it's March Madness, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
I give hoodies a few rounds before I wash them.
Yeah.
Like I give the sniff test. They pass the sniff test.
I definitely don't wear shorts twice.
No,
because
I am really
Sweat.
nervous that Nick is doing the sniff test. I mean, we already
boy.
know how self-unaware he is about his own body stench because he never showers.
But you guys have never complained about my body stench. You've
Well-
never said, Nick, you stink. And I would assume as friends, you would say, hey, Nick, you stink.
By the way,
No.
John, we did
No,
just
as friends, we just talk behind your back.
John, we did just receive some news that I think
No!
might interrupt dumb debates.
No, we didn't.
No, I'm going to read it because it's really funny. Well, kind of funny. The Dodgers have apparently fired Shohei's longtime interpreter, which
What?
there is a thing in his contract where he could leave after this year,
Uh-huh.
full stop. How about this, John, for the reason? The LA Times is reporting that his interpreter stole millions of dollars from Ohtani to place bets with an illegal bookmaker in California.
What the hell?
Yeah. And again, this is serious. There is a thing, there is an out in his contract where if he wanted to, he could leave after this season because of firing his interpreter. That is in his contract. How about that?
So, all right. So hang on a second.
Yeah.
The interpreter is fired by the Dodgers. So the Dodgers, he is employed by the Dodgers
Correct.
to be Ohtani's interpreter. But
correct.
He was a package deal with Ohtani, right? Did he come over with him from the Angels? Has he been his guy?
Correct. Yes. He put in
but he has been stealing
from
Ohtani's money to place bets.
Correct. So this is a Ken Rosenthal tweet from December of last year. Per a source, his contract states player will donate to club charity amount, blah, 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 blah. Contract also states if specific change in Dodger personnel, player may opt out of contract at the end of season, the change occurs. And people, and so someone else then figured out, Ohtani put it in his contract that he can basically opt out if they fire his translator or other employees.
Yep, I know the coach is on that contract too.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to think if Ohtani wasn't aware that his money was being stolen, that he would not exercise the opt-out and that he would agree with said firing because it was his money that was being taken, apparently.
Correct. $4.5 million.
My Lord.
$4.5 million.
Which leads to this dumb debates question
Nice.
from Tay. In a week of crazy sports news, would you rather be Trev or Ohtani's interpreter?
Trev, because he has $4.5 million.
Also,
yes.
Trev didn't commit a crime from leaving.
No.
Broke our heart. That's the crime.
Some Nebraskans think he committed a crime, but he actually did not commit a crime.
Mm-hmm.
He also is employed and has millions of dollars. Ohtani's interpreter is now no longer employed and will probably be either sued or charged with some kind of crime for taking millions of dollars.
Is that considered an international crime?
Great question, Nick. Great question. Wow. That's a tough look for Ohtani.
Well, he definitely did cross state lines. That's for sure.
You feel like you know a guy. Alex Sindelar asks, would you rather have to eat one hot dog every morning immediately after waking up for the rest of your life, or every time you touch a piece of paper, it cuts you and draws blood?
Another fantastic question from Alex Sindelar of things that are unrelated to each other, but both would be annoying in their own way. That said,
wow,
I love
this
Alex.
Was an easy question to answer.
Or-
I would
or eat the
rather eat a
dogs.
hot dog
100%.
every morning.
Give me that dog. Is
Got
the
that
dog,
dog in him.
Like right now, I've got these papers in front of me.
That's a
I mean,
bloodbath.
literally every time I touch this or I reach over and pick up this,
I read books.
not that
You'd get blood over
Oh
your
yeah.
books.
Josh would die after reading.
I really would, yeah. So, yeah, this is an easy one. A
Is-
hot dog every morning sounds horrible, but I don't want to get cut every time I touch a piece of paper.
Do you have to prepare the dog every morning, or when you wake up, is it on a silver platter?
Tremendous
waiting for
question.
you?
Severe asks, is it with a bun or without a bun? Also, another good question, a part of this. Whatever the answer is, man, if I have to prepare it, though, hot dogs don't take that long to cook.
Right.
No.
But what if you have to eat a cold dog, like straight from the package? Just the
Ah,
slimy cold dog.
Yuck. But again, I'd rather that than not have to have paper
I
cuts.
realize, and I guess you don't realize it until, you think about it. We have gone so much more paperless. I mean, we don't
Yes,
use as
yes.
much paper cash
the
anymore,
trees.
not as much. But still, you something like this, if this literally could happen to you every time you touch a piece of paper, it cuts you and draws blood, it would remind you of how often you still use paper every time you
It
touch
really
something.
would.
And there is no, I mean, yes,
a piece
there
of
are
mail, right?
there are other things that hurt,
Mail is
but
paper.
they're the annoyance of the paper cut,
Oh, horrible.
because it usually always happens in that spot, in the joint in your fingers. So every time you bend a finger, you feel it, or it happens at the tip of your finger, and you just, every time you touch something, like if you pick up an object, you're like, and it's not like painful as in, oh my God, I'm going to die, but it's so annoying and it's agonizing and it's just so inconvenient. Yeah. Again, if I had to prepare the hot dog, if I had to get up in the morning and go to the store and buy the hot dog to eat it every morning, I would much rather have that.
Wow.
Every time I touch a piece of paper, it draws blood.
What if there was a baseball crier there? Just right when you wake up, he just appears like a genie. He's like, hot dog!
Oh, that'd be fun. Sad Oscar fan says receipts are paper.
Receipts are paper.
Kevin says
Yes, they
wiping after using the bathroom.
Oh.
Toilet paper.
and then
we're
and
eating
then
the
there's
dogs,
potential of getting some of the material in the cut.
You don't want to do that.
No, you don't. Man, ouch.
Hot dog.
From Sipple's Lost Tea, we haven't done a music question.
Oh, here comes Nick.
Who is the greatest artist built for a grocery store playlist? This is a question straight out of the Jack Mitchell.
It really is.
The Jack Mitchell collection. But who is the greatest artist built for a grocery store playlist? Ooh.
I'm thinking something kind of soft rock-ish, like not just Dave Matthews, but like Dave Matthews, maybe Counting Crows type of stuff.
90s. Some hee-haw-haw,
Like
hee-haw.
that late 90s, that period after grunge and before pop punk where everything was just kind of like Hootie and the Blowfish.
Yeah.
And like Sugar Ray.
You're kind of hitting on a lot of it right now, Nick. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to think of who else.
Being said, I hate
because you don't want. I mean, yeah, you want something that's upbeat, but you don't want something like, that is high energy.
What about like Beethoven? You feel like I'm fancier now.
Yeah, but
I'm shopping with the Beethoven.
Does that make you want to buy things?
That's not a grocery store playlist.
Yeah, but it'd be you'd feel like, look at me, I'm fancy. They have Beethoven here.
That's the kind of stuff you'd have like at a BMW dealership or a Rolex store. If I don't even know if Rolex has its own stores, but you know what I mean.
Probably in the big
like
cities.
Expensive watches or jewelry. It can only be Jared.
It can only be Jared.
I don't know if Beethoven would play it.
I think Nick might have hit on it. Those are
some good ones. Dave says Joe Cocker. Just listen to hit covers of the Beatles.
Amazing.
Joe Cocker.
I do like his Come Together cover.
Now, here's let's ask the question from the other direction. Which artists have the worst library for a grocery store playlist?
Any of those metal bands where I can't say the name of them on the radio because we would get in trouble.
Rammstein. They're a German heavy metal band. We're allowed to say Rammstein, right? That's not a curse word.
Rammstein.
Yeah, I don't want to hear death metal when I'm getting my bananas at the grocery store. Do I want a frozen pizza tonight? Nah, I'm good. I'm going to stay away from that grocery store. I'm okay. Slipknot says Chief 1999. Yeah.
Another good answer would be Neil Diamond, because I would immediately turn around and walk out of the store.
Everyone in the store would do it. It would be such a communal experience.
So good. That'd be great, John. We could all
sing. Then I would probably ram my cart into somebody and dislocate their knee.
Ouch.
What if you got a 10% discount off of anything in your cart if you bought with the song whenever it came on?
I'm down. That sounds like fuel points. Delivery driver Doug says Kenny G.
Kenny G's good. Kenny G would be good for that.
Yeah. Well, on the good side,
the good side for sure. Chuck Mangione.
By the way, shout out to listener O-Trips for pointing out that apparently the translator was not among the people that it would allow for an opt-out. So he will not, which is honestly a bummer, because that would have been such a fun storyline for the end of the year.
Where would have he gone?
Mm-hmm. Adam says U2.
Toronto.
U2.
U2's always bad.
Hello. Hola.
U2's always bad.
Wow, always bad. Maybe
like
he was
Bono.
saying that for the good.
I don't like Bono.
Let's
Sunday Bloody Sunday, Nick.
Let's end on a drink, because I've been downing Diet Cokes and waters and 2 hot coffees today.
Wow, you've been just drinking up a storm.
2 hot coffees.
I'm well hydrated. Johnny Pig, what is the weirdest drink to put ice in? And what is the weirdest drink to not add ice to?
Milk.
Milk's pretty weird. It's either milk or beer, I think. Ice in beer, I cannot imagine.
Which is weird because it feels like a frozen or one of those chilled mugs is essentially the same thing as putting ice in the beer, but yet I would much rather drink beer out of a chilled mug.
Yeah, imagine if you like went to a place and they got you some beer and they just like dipped the glass into the ice, and then they get a little Bud Light thing and they're spraying it in there. You'd be like, what the hell are you doing?
Could I please get a Coors Light on the rocks?
On the rock. Oh, you should do that. That'd be a fun bit. Coors Light on the rocks, please.
Maybe I'll do it in Vegas.
There you go.
I think beer is weirder than milk. Not that I would endorse putting ice in milk, but I could see that, especially if it was like a higher fat milk. If it's skim milk, then it's really weird because skim milk is already watered down. But yeah, I think beer would be up there. I think a lot of juices, I think you could still do it, like orange juice.
I wouldn't put ice.
I've ordered orange juice with ice in it before.
Really?
I don't think it's that weird.
I can't do it. That's
weirdest
weird
drink not to add ice to.
Iced tea.
It's in the name.
It is in the name, but you know what? It's funny because the wife will always insist on, when she drinks her Diet Cokes, that it's on ice. Whereas I just give me one that's out of the fridge, like this can I pulled out of the fridge down here.
Yeah.
I would rather just drink the bottle or the can and not add ice. I just want it cold. I mean, I'll drink it on ice if it's not already cold, but I would much rather have it straight out of the package than drink it on ice.
I've got a bad food take.
Okay.
I don't care if pop is room temperature.
Wow.
I'll drink room temperature pop.
Interesting.
If I'm craving a Dr. Pepper, but I don't have any in the fridge, I'll be like, okay.
I will say this on top. I will go on top of Nick's take, and that is sometimes I would have like a room temperature Mountain Dew at home because it just hadn't been put in the fridge. I would actually sometimes drink it like that versus pouring it over ice, because whereas at a restaurant, the coming out of the fountain, it's going to be cold on top of the ice. I feel like it waters it down way too much when you do a room temperature pop, pouring it over ice, because it melts the ice faster than it would at a restaurant.
That's a good take.
So I don't like doing. I mean, honestly, I don't like that a lot of restaurants now, if you ask for water, they just give you water. Like, I want it to have ice in it. So I will try to say, like, hey, could I get ice water, please?
How do you feel if you order water at a restaurant and then they bring you the glass and it's got either a slice of cucumber or a lemon?
Oh, see,
in it?
I would make sure at that place I would like it without that, because I don't want a faint flavor.
It's weird that that's kind of the default.
Yeah,
with places.
actually,
Like,
I found
it's kind of good though. It's not bad.
Oh, I love cucumber water.
That's popular in a lot of hotel lobbies and stuff, where they'll just do the big container of water, and there'll be like a lot of either citrus fruit or cucumber in it. I kind of like it. It's a little different. I mean, I don't know if I would like to drink it like that all
John's
the time.
going to fancy hotels.
Mm-hmm.
I like my fancy.
Yeah, Travis
hotels
says don't go
and
to
my
Europe,
fancy
Josh.
cars.
Yeah, in Europe they don't have ice with anything.
They do not have ice. They don't like ice at all.
Not great.
All right, that's Dumb Debates.
Finally.
We made it through without any major news, except for the fact that Ohtani's interpreter got fired.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, one game into the season.
True. After a win, too. A great win.
After a great win, which we're going to talk about in content.
Yeah, over the Mighty Pod.
I watched it.
All right, when we come back, more, and we've got some content still to come. What's for dinner? And we will roll on after this from Pittsburgh, side of the first and second round, Midwest region, Creighton basketball tomorrow. You'll be able to hear all the action right here on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. As we had just discussed, professional baseball has officially started for the season this morning in Korea. And what better place to celebrate than with the Circus Sports Iowa app? They've got run totals, props, splits. If you want it, Circus Sports Iowa has it. Plus, opening day is only 8 days from now. That's a lot of games with a lot of opportunities for you to win. And when you win, you can win a lot. And if you're on a nice streak, Circus Sports Iowa won't even limit you for that winning. They're not going to punish you for doing well. A lot of places like to do that. They also offer tight money line splits, and they don't keep as much on large market bets as other places, again, like to do. They are also full of real life people behind every request. If you come across any problems whatsoever, email them, tweet at them, and a real life human being will help you. It's like having all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa. So what are you waiting for? Check out Circus Sports Iowa app today and start winning. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
The Connor Happer Show.
Basketball is better than football. It's time to finally admit it to ourselves. This state has brainwashed you for years and years and years. Football this, football this. We have to talk about all these football topics. Who's going to be the fourth string running back this year? I'll never know. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. You ever notice how we're so happy right now and we haven't talked about football in weeks, Josh? Weeks.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
After a chilly Wednesday, we'll see the winds calm a little bit the further we get into the evening and temperatures dropping into the 30s and eventually to the 20s for tomorrow morning. A chilly start, but we warm up to around 53 degrees tomorrow. A nice southeast breeze and a chance of some showers late Thursday night. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, as far as wrecks go, you should have some smooth sailing out there, but we've got some delays. If you're east on I-80, slow going from 680 all the way to about 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 680 to Q Street. A little bit of a delay on eastbound L Street around 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 all the way to 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Spring, it's the reward for surviving another winter. Fernando's, it's the reward for any day that ends in Y. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you. Aw, thanks. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to age 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Join me, Jimmy Allen, for the Creighton Athletics Hour. We'll be talking all things Blue Jays and interviewing your favorite coaches, so you don't want to miss it. It's the Creighton Athletics Hour, Thursdays, starting at 6 o'clock, only on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and your 1620 The Zone mobile app.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Get out the whips and chains.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. You all right there?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
Good.
All's well.
Yep.
What's happening?
I saw
I
what
have
John
no
was
idea.
doing. I was just laughing at
I was
John.
sitting down.
No, but you were away when the music started, which I was just going to try to ignore, but now we're talking about it, and he ambled back into the camera, and it's funny. Oh.
All I did was walk down the way and just drop off some stuff. I'm
Nice.
setting up in my regular broadcast position for tomorrow. You know, if I had a good production assistant to do this work for me, maybe that could have been the case. Oh, look, here he is.
Oh, what the hell?
It's my
You
production
rang?
assistant.
Hepper, go home. What are you doing?
Go home. Do you know where he is? He's
Go
in
to a
Pittsburgh.
hotel. Where's your hotel?
No. I got big plans, Josh.
What are you
Big
doing?
plans.
What are you doing tonight?
Big
Yeah.
shoes.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Me and John are going clubbing.
Oh, hell yeah.
Happer, what's your take on Shohei's interpreter stealing
What happened?
money?
Whoa, he was stealing money.
Yeah, he was stealing money from Shohei and betting.
I kind of like this idea of being unplugged. I'm glad I haven't known about anything for the last 48 hours.
Trev left again. He left Texas A&M.
He's going to Washington, weirdly
Yeah,
enough.
it's great. Full circle.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Shohei's interpreter was stealing money
Yeah,
from him.
Shohei's
and betting with it.
And betting on it.
$4.5 million.
What was he betting on?
Great question.
Shohei?
I hope he wasn't betting on Shohei to make the playoffs. Am I right?
All right.
Yeah, why are
bye,
you
Happer.
hanging
Bye,
out? I mean,
Happer.
there's
Well,
nothing
no, I'm
going
going to the, well, I'll see you in a little bit.
Oh, yeah. We'll
Wow,
see.
what kind of fun hangout do you guys have planned for tonight? Is this some Jays bash?
Something that only the official people on the official radio team can talk about.
That's
Are
right.
you gonna get to hang out with Spiro tonight?
Pokemon?
I don't think he's actually.
No, he's not here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's not here. Andrew Catalan is doing the TV, and
I thought he said
and
Spiro.
Scott Graham.
Yeah, he
Scott
messed
Graham
that
is
up.
doing radio.
He messed that up.
Graham.
Yes.
Moonlight Graham.
He's not Moonlight.
Oh, my bad. Bye, Happer. Good to see you again. Bye.
He is. He
Safe travels
told you.
home.
My production assistant.
I can't wait
not-
to hear how great of a job he does tomorrow. I'm pissed, man. We got YouTube TV recently, and I was like, okay, this is going to be good because YouTube is actually ahead of Cox Cable, though they do have that buffer limit or whatever. Because I want to listen to you when I watch the game tomorrow. I'm going to turn off the buffer thing. I'm gonna do that tomorrow when I watch the Creighton game, so I can listen to you. I just got to go into my settings. I don't even know how to do that.
Yeah, you're speaking a different language to me.
Yeah, I
I'm not,
apologize.
I'm not watching any of that.
Sounds like a bunch of nerd speak.
Mm-hmm.
It does, but no matter how you're tuning into the broadcast. Oh, and by the way, real quick note, because of NCAA restrictions.
Yes, thank you for reminding
Nick
everybody.
and you'll be able to hear us, of course, here on the Zone. Just on the Zone. We're not on 101.9 The Keg for the tournament. We're just on 1620 The Zone.
Yeah.
But if you want to stream us, unfortunately, NCAA regulations prevent us from streaming on 1620thezone.com or the Zone mobile app. But if you download the Varsity Network app, you will be able to catch Nick and I's call of the broadcast. So if you like to listen to our coverage, but you will not be within range of 1620 The Zone, you can listen on the Varsity Network app. And it's a pretty cool app. I like to use it a lot. I use it a lot during football season because you can listen to a lot of different team broadcasts from around college sports. So you can just keep that app and listen to your heart's content. But streaming exclusive of our Creighton radio broadcast will be on the Varsity Network app. So just go to your app store or go to the varsitynetwork.com to download the app, and you'll be able to hear Nick and I scream and say silly things that will probably end up on a podcast at some point and played over and over and over and over again.
By the way, shout out to my friend Rob, who says, Josh, you hit down on the controller and change the buffer setting from default to off. Awesome. I'm going to do that tomorrow so I can listen to John and Nick on the call. Also, Bigelow points out that Spiro has the Nebraska game on Friday.
Thank you, Bigelow.
Also, if you have John Bishop's phone number, if you call him tomorrow, maybe he'll just turn it on speaker and you can listen to it through the phone if you don't want to stream it on the Varsity app.
Don't say that because my mom will probably do that if she can't figure out how to download the Varsity app.
Nice.
John will go on Twitter Spaces.
Oh, Twitter Spaces. There you go, John.
What is Twitter Spaces?
It's like a live podcast on Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't do that either. That's against NCAA regulations.
It is indeed.
It is. Don't do that.
All right, coming up next, we've got some content. Let me see. Yeah, and Shohei's going to get mentioned probably in content. 'Cause there was baseball today.
Yeah.
We got a little basketball news and a little NFL. We haven't even mentioned the NFL. I'm in an NFL town. We haven't even mentioned the NFL.
We have not mentioned the
Have you seen Russell Wilson yet?
Let's ride. Let's steal.
No, I have not seen any of the Steelers yet.
That's what Shohei's interpreter said. Let's steal.
Let's steal. You did exactly that. But first, John Bishop here for goodguysavelives.com. This is your opportunity to make a life-changing difference with the selfless act of organ and tissue donation. Those of you who have already checked the box on your driver's license or your hunting and fishing license, we of course appreciate that. Thank you very much. But for the rest of you who either have just kind of ignored it or weren't aware of it, or maybe have been a little nervous about doing it, well, let me ease some of your thoughts because it's free, doesn't cost you or your family anything. Also, traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a successful donation, and does not matter your age or your health status, because whether it's healthy organs or healthy tissue, it can all make a difference. Healthy tissue donations, such as healthy corneas, can restore the gift of sight. Bone and skin grafts can help restore people back to where they were before, prior to either a terrible accident or cancer or burn victims. All of it can be done all by checking one box next time you renew your license, either hunting, fishing, or driver's license. Or if you want to find out more, visit goodguysavelives.com. You can find out how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Family is important to me. So is shopping local and getting the best for my money. And at Jensen Tire and Auto, I get it all. They're a family-owned company that started right here in 1973. My family's been going to Jensen for years for tires, routine service, and maintenance, even engine repairs. That's because we know at Jensen, they do tires and auto service right. And Jensen's team of tire and auto service professionals really take pride in what they do. Maybe that's because it's a locally owned and family-owned business. It's hard to say, but I like it.
Hi, I'm Matt Jensen, president of Jensen Tire and Auto, inviting you to experience the difference at our locally owned and family-owned company. Check us out at jensentireandauto.com today.
Get ready for warm weather driving with early spring tire deals at Jensen. Save up to $200 on Goodyear, Cooper, General, Continental, Maxxis, and Kelly tires. Check out Jensen's early spring tire deals at jensentireandauto.com today.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. So hop in the driver's seat of a new Outback, Forester, or Crosstrek now at Baxter Subaru Omaha. Shop our great sales and service deals now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and here we go. It's time to say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tourney. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a 1 seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Whether you're going local with the big red or the white and the blue, all you have to do is place your first $5 bet and win, and that's $200 in bonus bets. Think about what you could do with those $200 in bonus bets. You could bet on anything on the rest of the bracket, whether it's point spreads, money lines, props, anything in between. You could even pick who's going to win it all. All you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Happer and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. That's FanDuel.com/Happer. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Did you know when you shop Salvation Army thrift stores in the metro area, you're helping people in need right here in the community? Proceeds from our thrift stores go into our metro area social services, supporting everything from food and housing programs to behavioral health and more. So stop by, get a great deal, and make a big difference for people in need. For a list of store locations, just go to salarmyomaha.org. That's salarmyomaha.org.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do you know? What do you say?
Kansas's top scorer Kevin McCullough is out of the NCAA tournament. A bone bruise is the cause. Is it time to rule out the Jayhawks and change our brackets?
My gut tells me yes. Now, that said, I did not have Kansas going very far to begin with because of the unlikelihood that McCullough was going to play in this game. Plus, Kansas hasn't been – I mean,
they struggled.
And this shows how good Kansas is. By Kansas standards, this has not been a great season, but they're still a top 4 seed in the NCAA tournament. But, you know, he's had most of their best numbers this year. He's one of their more effective three-point shooters. If Kansas makes it out of the first weekend, I almost think that's going to feel like a victory for this program, given how this season has gone. But you should never underestimate Bill Self because they find ways to win, even when it doesn't look like they're going to.
Yeah, I believe I had them winning and going to the Sweet 16, which that means I had to pick against my beloved Gonzaga Bulldogs, and I don't like picking against them, but I feel like I'll end up being wrong about picking them if I win. So, yeah, they're not going to win anything of note, though.
Nope. Last night, all of America was searching for True TV in the first 4. Now Turner wants to turn True TV into more of a sports destination beyond March Madness. More sports elements like alternate casts of existing Turner properties like the NBA, NHL, and MLB playoffs will be coming to the network. Might someday we stop asking the question, where's True TV?
Well, yes, for 2 reasons. One would be, I mean, look, if they had actual sports all the time, you know, you'd very quickly get used to the number. John, I'm going to have to do it now. Nick, like 240 something?
I have no idea.
Oh, 203. It was 203. Look at that. I've already remembered it. We got basketball on in the studio. But, John, here's the reason why we really won't have to know. Streaming services don't have channel numbers. You just scroll and you look for the games on there. So, I'm guessing that will at some point become a thing of the past for multiple reasons.
Yeah, what are they going to be able to provide in an alternate cast that's going to be attractive? We know it works for things like football when you have the right kind of people involved, like the Mannings, for example, or this rumored Bill Belichick, Nick Saban alternate cast. But are they going to be able to provide a compelling alternate cast of the Stanley Cup playoffs or the NBA playoffs or the Major League Baseball playoffs? Or who knows, maybe does Turner still do one of the majors? Don't they still do the
PGA? Yes.
Yeah. Well, hey, you need to spice up that boring ass event, the minor major. Why not a Tiger cast where all they do is talk about Tiger?
Like the player or the animal?
Well, if it's the player, Michael has him muted among many of the other things that Michael has muted on Twitter. Tiger Woods, Tiger Woods, y'all.
Friend of the Grum, Stuart Mandel, opined in his mailbag today about Oklahoma athletic writing. Oklahoma's men's basketball has made the NCAA tournament 7 of the last 15 years. I'd consider it a win if OU football makes the CFP at a similar rate. You agree?
I agree. I don't know if Sooner fans would agree, given the high, lofty standards of Oklahoma football and the fact that you're going to have at least 12 teams in the playoff, and they'll say, wait, we only made it half the time in 15 years. But if you think about it, you're not, yes, the playoff is expanding, but you're also having to face all of these other great SEC programs. On average, I would say on average, you're going to get 3 to 4 SEC teams in the playoff, assuming that we, have the 14-team playoff that they have down the road. To get into the top 4 of that conference on an every other year basis, essentially, is still first of all, from a Nebraska standpoint, it's a great accomplishment.
Oh my gosh, yes.
They haven't been that high. I think if you're Oklahoma, you should be happy if you get that. So while a lot of Sooner fans may say, hell no, we should be in there 12 out of 15 years, I think for a lot of programs not named Georgia and Ohio State right now, I think every other year would be a heck of an accomplishment.
Man, I don't want to just say I echo everything you say, but I do. I echo everything that you just said. I think that they're about to take a step back. I think that they've already started taking a step back in the post-Lincoln Riley era. I think it's going to be very difficult. If they were to make it at that rate, that would be a huge, huge success. And I know that in the Lincoln Riley, Bob Stoops era, in the Big 12, they would have made it a whole lot more, but it ain't those eras anymore. They are now in a different league.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Free throws in the NBA are down at an incredible rate. Scoring is too. What the hell is happening?
Well, it seems, John, remember at the end of last calendar year and before the All-Star break, we had some of those 70-point games. We had a lot of 50-point games from individuals. And a lot of us were like, man, this isn't really that good. We don't like this. I think that the NBA has put the thumb on the officials and essentially have told them, stop calling as many fouls. Scoring has gone down. Free throws are not being shot anywhere near as much as they were. And you're having wild stats. I want to read from the start of this story from Tom Haberstroh, where essentially he says there had been 2,000 games where there had been no free throws by a team in a half of a basketball game. And then the same night it happened twice where 2 teams shot 0 free throws in the first half. Damn. Another game, I think it was the Cavs, they shot 1 free throw in the first half, which is the first time since like the 90s that happened. So for the people who like believing in conspiracy theories about the league and officials, I think the last month or so is certainly interesting for those folks.
You know what? Maybe they should go back to halves.
Damn you, John. Damn you, John. Well played. Well played.
Isn't that ironic, though? But because it's a double-edged thing. Number one, the clock's not stopping. The games are not being extended, and you're not getting points with the clock stopped. So there's one reason why the scoring's down. But if there's less fouls being called, that means there's more physicality being allowed. Thus, defenses are allowed to do a little bit more to limit teams from scoring. You got to be careful not to go back into those, I guess we could call them the dark ages, that period between the Jordan era and the LeBron era where you had that dead zone where you just had some really bad, ugly basketball being played. And I'm not saying that's necessarily happening, but judging by these statistics, you are drifting into that territory, maybe in a way that's different from how it got to that point back in the early 2000s, but you're still drifting towards that territory. I don't think that's a place where the NBA wants to live.
Hell no.
The Dodgers and Padres opened the regular season in South Korea. The Dodgers won thanks to a 4-run 8th inning sparked by an unorthodox error charged to the Padres' Drake Cronenworth.
That'd be Jake Cronenworth.
Did I not say Jake Cronenworth?
I thought you said Drake. But yeah, the ball literally went through the webbing of his glove. It went through his glove.
That's not an error on him. It's an error on the company.
Well, okay. Could you explain why the ball breaking through that should be an error?
No, I can't.
Yeah, it's literally cannot. Yeah. Did Fanatics make that glove?
Heyo.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that should not be an error. So come on. Just call it what it is. It's a single and move on. But poor Jake Cronenworth. Not only did he lose a glove, it might have been his favorite glove. It might have been like when Roy Hobbs
gave it to me.
when
Wanna
Roy
have a
Hobbs
catch?
broke Wonder Boy.
Yeah.
And now he's got to go and, hey, pick me a winner, Bobby. Now he's got to
Yeah.
find another glove.
By the way, I did like, what did you think, John, of the scoreboard having the win probability above it? I thought that was pretty cool. Uh-oh. John's mad about something.
It doesn't add anything. I mean, I don't care if they put it up there. It doesn't add anything to me. Oh, the win probability. Oh, team's up 10-0 in the fifth inning. They got a 100% chance to win. Well, no duh. I don't think that means anything to anybody.
Finally, we've somehow not talked with John about this at all. In
What's
the few
that?
times we've got to talk with him.
Well, it's because I've not been here.
Jimmy GQ. The quarterback you often make fun of, John, is now a member of your Los Angeles Rams. Who's laughing now? John.
It'd be like if Eli Manning joined the Cowboys.
It'd be hilarious.
Yeah, if Eli Manning had joined the Cowboys, maybe you would have won a Super Bowl because he won 2 of them.
You're a monster.
Hey, he's a backup. He's a backup.
Until Stafford hurts his back.
Which he's done
by
before.
shaking hands with that problematic lady. I said the N-word.
No,
come
he didn't
over
shake
here,
hands.
miss.
He didn't shake hands with her. He basically pushed her off the stage.
Shake his hand. By the way, in What's for Dinner? Sorry, John. Do you have any takes on Jimmy?
No,
GQ?
I'm fine. He's a backup.
All right.
He's got experience.
And
a better coach now.
As we get to What's for Dinner, we'll have a sports flash in What's for Dinner as well. Some more Husker news just came down, and I'm not kidding. Also, Travis says, no talk of Peacock's Gold Zone, the Olympic version of the Red Zone. John, I know that you will be watching that thing nonstop this summer. Gold Zone.
There's so many things for them to whip around on.
I know.
That would give me whiplash.
That sounds awesome. We'll put that on in the studio here at work. That sounds fun.
Cool.
Very cool.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
If you're unhappy with your job or employer and you've hit a dead end, it's time to start your new career as a delivery driver with Host Coffee. Our local family-owned business is growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is $50 in vouchers for only $25 to Lula Bee's Breakfast, Brunch, and Bar. Lula Bee's has everything from French toast and omelets to shrimp tacos and burgers. There's even a full bar with uniquely inspired cocktails. Lula Bee's has a festively decorated party room for celebrations or just brunch with all of your friends. Lula Bee's, 9th and Dodge, or at lulabeesomaha.com.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
It's always meat with meat.
On 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
What you having, John? It's your fancy little J-boy thing.
I don't know yet. The guys are at the hotel bar right now, and that's where I'm meeting them. I'm not sure, but probably something either at the hotel restaurant or somewhere else. Heck, I'll go do another Permante's. That was fantastic. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Permanente Brothers, baby. I'm a Permanente.
John Bishop
Brothers
here for
guy.
Permanente Brothers.
It looked good.
Yeah, give me another Permanente Brothers and an IC Light, and I am good to go.
Just trying to decide how much I want to actually do. We have like some boneless thighs that I thought about cooking, but like I just don't want to deal with the mess of that. I might just throw something in the air fryer.
Yeah.
You know, some fries or something. Maybe I'll have a breakfast sandwich. I have some bacon that I cooked. Maybe I'll do a breakfast sandwich.
That sounds good.
Yeah. How about you, Nick? Is it a rice night?
No, it might be a za night.
Oh, pizza.
I like
pizza.
that.
We love pizza, don't we, folks? Bless you. Good Lord, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Josh mentioned we do have a sports flash as we leave you today.
Time for an Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sports Flash update.
Sports Flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
Yeah. On the same day that
what a day.
Yeah, on the same day that a new permanent athletic director, Troy Dannon, is hired, interim athletic director Dennis LeBlanc is spending like a drunken sailor.
Wow.
He's like, hey, I'm in this gig much longer, so spend. Day after they announced the contract extension.
Wow, you're missing the cue pretty bad
No, I'm not. I'm not missing it at all. It was a brilliant hit of the post. On the day after Fred Hoiberg's contract was extended, women's basketball coach Amy Williams had her contract extended through 28-29. It will pay her $950,000 next season. So much for that lawsuit thing hanging over the program, am I right?
John, that's a great point. You would be right about that. Also, like this is like, remember COVID and how like a million things happened on that random day? It's been like that, but good things for Nebraska. It's like, hey, we're hiring folks. We're giving out money.
It's been a lot.
Yeah, it's been a lot. What a day.
Well, where's my money?
Wow, Lefty John strikes again.
Oh, I'm John traveling to Pittsburgh and staying in nice hotels says, where's my money?
Nick Ba and I will talk to you tomorrow with production assistance by Connor Happer. High noon.
Bye.
Bye.